Um, I intend to record an improvised video for my long time followers, the people who have followed my videos for a long time. I don't know, many months or many years maybe. Uh, I will make this video. I intend to talk for a couple of hours, maybe more. I don't know exactly, but I intend to talk. That's really a video. I have no conscious. I mean, I know broadly what I intend to talk about, but I have no notes. I will speak normally while imagining that I am talking to the few dozens, maybe, of people who have followed my content for a long time. At the moment of recording this video, we're the 12th of October, 2023. Uh, and what I can say is that the specificity of public communication and the internet, especially, is that I understood this in 2019 already, but when you talk publicly, you have in mind that you are, most of the time, you believe or you hope or you imagine or you think that you talk to a specific audience, but actually that's a Hegelian trick. Actually, when you talk publicly, potentially you talk to any thinking agent, human or non-human, present or future. Yeah, that's the trick, one might say, of talking publicly, is that you don't know consciously who will receive the message, when, what will they understand, and you have actually, most of the time, you don't know who will hear or read your word. Yeah, so that's the reason. So here I try to make this video while imagining that I talk to the people who have been following my video. So in this video, that's why I will not show my documents. I will not explain. I will not talk like a philosopher, in a sense. My concept. I mean, I always do in a way when I talk normally about topics of high interest for me. But I will not. I imagine while recording this video, I will try to imagine that the people who will watch, I don't know when or if or who will watch this, but I imagine that those who will are those who have been following me for a long time. So here we are, October 2023. So your consciousness, if you are among these, you ought, if you have been following me for a long time, you ought to already know things. And here, that's really interesting. I thought that's the reason why I take the time to make this video, because I have produced hundreds, more than 500 videos over the year, a lot of videos. And the reason why I make this video specifically for my viewers, my long-time viewers, I have not made many videos, maybe a few where I talked specifically to my viewers, but otherwise I haven't done any. So one of the specificity of my production of content on YouTube is that I have received very, very few comments. As I'm recording this on this channel, I have 426 followers. My videos, usually they make between 25 and 60 views on average, usually. Yeah, I receive between 1 and 4 likes on average. Yeah. So yeah, a remark that I can make is, yeah, I have thought about this. This is one of the reasons why I make this video. Maybe the people who have been following me my videos for a long time, in a way, maybe in certain aspect, they might be the people who know me the most as an empirical individual, because I have shared in various forms most or all my thoughts as I understood them, as I um, succeeded in communicating them, as I discovered them. So I have tried I have not shared everything about me as an empirical individual, because there are things which are simply not interesting. I'm not, that's not the purpose, but the references, the main ideas, I have shared them several times in various forms, links, references. So yeah. And so those who have been following, in a way, I don't know, empirically, I don't know who you are. If I'm honest, I broadly can vaguely identify maybe 4 persons who vaguely, because these are people who sometimes leave comments, yeah. But otherwise, I don't know. That's one of the comical aspects. I have no clue of who has been watching my videos. What have they understood? I don't know. And about public communication, the reason why, precisely, that's one of the reasons why I haven't had a lot of success quantitatively, is because I'm not trying to seduce my audience. I'm not trying to please my audience. I could, if I wanted to, hit the subscribe button, put a like, you are great. Without your support, I would not be able to. Yeah, I know how it works. But precisely, I understood in 2018 already that actually when people talk on the internet, they don't know who watches what they say. There are creepy people on the internet. Yeah. There are people, of course, there might be people, official peoples, official spies of the whatever secret services, or there might be stalkers, or there might be idiots, or of course there are a lot of people who follow a content usually because they find this interesting, and yeah, and here that's another specificity of the internet age. The people who produce content, in a way, it's really a unique feature in the history of mankind, if we envision this chronologically. People who, over the past 15 years, let us say, have had the opportunity to follow individuals on the internet, individuals who produce content regularly. In a way, that's a new form of relationship with other human beings, and this has been my case. There has been, I would say, a dozen people vaguely that personally I have been following sometimes for many years, and in this sense have been part of my life. And uh, I do not necessarily watch all their videos, but I have had a consistent interest in their content, and I have been following them without, sometimes or often without, never letting them know. Sometimes I wrote comments, but I quickly understood that there are many misunderstandings. So there are a lot of people that have been, I mean, a lot. There are a few people that I have been following consistently over the years, while sometimes trying and sometimes even partly succeeding in communicating by leaving comments to which they replied, or to that they read at least, or yeah. But otherwise, the internet enables people to follow individuals with whom eventually they can learn to appreciate, to love, to care about. Although, strictly speaking, these are people that you might never talk to, or they don't know anything about you. Yeah, and yeah, yeah. So, and I know this because in a way there are a few people's content producers on the internet that, in a way, as an empirical individual, I know them under certain aspect, I know them a lot more than they know themselves. Yeah, which is kind of weird, but I have been following them consistently. And here, that's one of the good aspects of negativity from a philosophical perspective. It's really distanciation. And you can note here, it's really for, like I said, it's for the people who have been following me. So I don't have to repeat. Hopefully, if you have been following me for a long time, you ought to be at least vaguely familiar with my philosophical views. So negativity, from a philosophical perspective, from just an epistemological standpoint, it is that which brings distanciation and that which enables to observe and to look and to contemplate and to consider an other. And when you look at an other, in a way, you know more about this other than he or she knows about himself or about herself. There are things that you don't know because you are not, empirically, you are not the other, but there are a lot of things that only an other can know about yourself. And that's really the good aspect about differentiation. Yeah. Yeah. So those who have been following me for a long time, in a way, you know me more under certain aspect. You know me more than I know myself consciously, and you know me more than a lot of people because so here we're in October 2023. I started my channel in June 2019, and I regularly produce content between June 2019 and December 2019. Then I stopped for a couple of years, and then I really restarted in February 2022. And ever since, so now it's been 20 months in a row, I have been dedicated constantly to producing content. It's been 20 months in a row. I have dedicated myself fully to producing content. Yeah. And so I don't know who my longtime followers are, and I don't know what they know about me or what they understand or what they believe or what they think. But I will say I will not try to imagine. I've done this very often. It drives me a little bit insane. So to try to imagine what the other might think. So yeah, now it's been 12 minutes. When I publish this video, I don't know when it will be published, but I know that it's the last, probably it's the last video that I produce for, in these circumstances, that's the last video that I produce specifically for my longtime followers. Yeah, but maybe if you are one of them, when you watch this, whenever you watch this, if you do, maybe you can, if I have been important somehow in shaping your worldview partly, or at least stimulating your views, maybe when you watch this, you might stop and ponder and try to think about what you believe that I've been trying to communicate. That would be comical. So here I can reveal, not reveal because, but in a way, at some moment, I will become famous because intensity and extension, intense thoughts, they have to be extended eventually. That's the logical reason. So I have said and very often say very intelligent, very profound things. So in a way, they will become extended. But until it occurs or until it happens, you might, if you find this interesting, you might try to put in your own words, if you think that maybe you can dedicate a 1 hour or two, or I don't know, to try to express what you understand about what I've been communicating. Yeah, and the reason I say this because here I think of someone like Matthew Segal that I've been precisely following for more than 4.5 years on a rather consistent basis. I do not watch all his videos, but I've watched a lot of his videos at various moments. and they are very often a great theory. If I could, empirically, if I had the opportunity, unfortunately, that's not the case, but this is something that I could do with someone like Matthew Siegel and many others, but I could take just time to think about someone like him, because he really produces great content and he's worthy of interest. So yeah, that's just an example. But yeah. So if you are one of the long-time followers, and if you believe that, not if you believe, but you might, that might be interesting to try to put in your own words what you have understood from it. So at some moment, either in this plane of existence or in another plane of existence, that might be comical. That's one of the comical aspects, to try to envision what the others have understood, because at some moment, that's what I believe. I'm not exactly sure how it's going to happen, but probably, certainly, I don't know how it will happen, but at some moment, most or all people, they will know what everyone else has thought. Somehow it will happen, and it might be partly comical. There are misunderstandings which are tragic, I might say, but there are those who are comical. So yeah, yeah, but. So here I speak really normally. Maybe it may be a little bit confusing because I have a lot of things that I intend to talk about. But the reason why. So here I give answers to questions that I envision my followers, some of them might have asked themselves. The reason why I have been working on this channel for 20 months in a row now. The starting point was, of course, the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Intuitively, I understood that something major was occurring, February 2022, and I understood that my responsibility was to try to communicate. I had already tried to do this 4 years, 3 years earlier, back then, 3 years earlier, but I had failed, and I awoke in a way. Yeah, and that's what I've been trying to. The empirical problem. There are many problems, but the major one that I have been trying to solve over the past 20 months is the conflict in Ukraine. I don't talk about this very often. There are reasons, because that's philosophically, the reason is mediation, precisely because talking about another topic is a means of talking about another topic formulated intelligibly. The reason why I don't talk about what happens in Ukraine is first because I don't have a lot of information, because I don't take a lot of time daily to follow the news. And the reason is because those who have grown up in the West over the past many decades, you probably know at this moment that the overwhelming majority of what you've been taught by the media, the politician, the school system, etc., is confusing, to say the least, or false, or etc. Yeah. I will not enter into philosophical subtleties about truth and falsehood, but simplified, most of what we, here I speak as we Westerners, I imagine, most of what we've been told has been false. So I do not have here the plan, but if you have followed me for a long time, you should be familiar with my simplified worldview of a human society. It's difficult to talk about geopolitics and to say intelligent things when you know that almost all the topics have been falsified one way or another, evolutionary psychology, sociobiology, intelligence, most of what is said is false, and often nothing is said at all. What is being said about gender and race, it's kind of false. The economic doctrines which have been promoted, the economic policies, they are false. Most of what is said is false. So it's difficult to find quality information and people whose judgment you can trust. So my way of following what has been happening for 20 months in Ukraine is I listen mostly Ron Paul and the Mises Institute. And here another reason, the serious philosophical reason why I don't talk about this conflict very often is simply because of mediation. And I understand, like, usually intelligent, here it's not to just people who vaguely understand geopolitics, they understand that the reason why this conflict occurs, the reason which enables is the financing. And if you study finance, you have to study central banking. And that's why Ron Paul is really clear-minded, because you cannot solve any conflict, any problem on a geopolitical level if you do not talk about the financing aspect. And when you study this, you come to talk about the Fed, and that's why the libertarians, Ron Paul, etc., they are the most clear-minded, because they understand the problem the most, really from a philosophical perspective. They are the ones who are the most clear-minded, because they study the essential, one might say, the essence here. If you have been following my philosophical view, the essence comes to existence, and to divide on one side what is essential and what is inessential, that's a Verstandisch view. It's partly false in the sense that it is essential that there be inessential characteristics. So what is contingent, in a way, it's necessary. Here, that's speculative philosophy, but it is necessary that there be contingent determinations, in a way. Yeah. In this case, those who I will say intelligent things. The reason why I'm not interested in the news, I mean, I try to follow daily, briefly, the news, but the reason why I don't talk about the news, that's one way of making a lot of views, etc. You have to talk about the news, but the reason why is a philosophical reason, is because simply I understand here that ground and existence, that what we see being manifested in the news is precisely the manifestation of underlying tendencies. And if you just study the surface without studying the underlying tendency, that's really a philosophical view, that's a view of mediation, then you don't understand anything. You are constantly confused because you have information and events coming from everywhere, constantly, etc. And if you do not take the time to think about the underlying structure, the essence or the substance which manifests the events, the accidents in philosophical language, then you don't understand anything. That's why here, those who have been following me, they should know this. I know most people, they think, people who take the time to think, it's useless, you have to act. Yeah. Don't think, just act. No. It's important to act, but if you act mindlessly, it's inefficient, it's a waste of time, a waste of energy. So that's why thinking is really important. Yeah. Yeah. And I understood intuitively when the war in Ukraine broke out. I understood immediately from an intuitive level that it was very important, but I understood very quickly as well from a philosophical perspective. I understood very quickly the metaphysics of geopolitics. And here, for those, whenever they watch this, I give you the metaphysical reason why there are conflicts. I never heard about this anywhere else, but actually it makes a lot of sense. The limit in ontology. Hopefully you are familiar with speculative logic. A limit, it's one of the first categories which emerge out of pure being. So it's at the foundation of all the subsequent categories, and limit is a category of thought. Kant, in his table of categories, he puts the limit, reality, negation, limit, etc. But it's also within reality. And when you think about these pure abstractions, it's not a waste of time. It's not mindless thinking. Precisely, it's very important because ontologically, a limit is, in German, that would be daseiende Negation, namely a negation which is the being, the limit from a metaphysical standpoint is the determinacy which distinguishes a Dasein from a Nichtsein, or something from something else. So metaphysically, the limit is paradoxical, or not paradoxical, but it's contradictory in a way, because a limit, it both gives being to whatever it limits. Something is what it is through its limits. So a limit is that which gives something its ontological status, but it is also that which, by being set, it defines, in a way, it determines, it gives being to the non-being. By putting a limit, you, at the same time, you set what is and what is not. That's why a limit is contradictory. It's a form of becoming. In the unfolding of the categories in speculative logic, limit, in a way, that's a more determined, a more concrete form of becoming. And it is contradictory precisely because a limit is that which gives being a non-being at the same time in ordinary language, which means that it is unstable, and it has to, that's the famous Sollen, it has to become, which brings about movement, etc. And I understood this because I had read speculative logic and translated in geopolitics to make this intelligible. I understood. I have never read books about geopolitics, neither historical or empirical. I have vaguely a historical culture, but I've never studied geopolitics. The reason being, there are so many topics which have been falsified, confused, etc., that first I have tried to restore a clear metaphysics, then study, I will not show the document, but study sociobiology, intelligence, economics, etc., etc. I have tried, and then physics, etc. I have tried to bring back order, clarity, determinacy in most topics, but I haven't had the time to study all the topics thoroughly, etc. Yeah, but I understood that in geopolitics, limits, these are borders, which means that borders, they are inherently unstable, and the past 5,000 years of history, they show this. And the metaphysical reason why there are conflicts is precisely because there is an unconscious or sometimes conscious attempt on the part of geopolitical agents, since there are geopolitical entities, or for the past 5,000 years, they try to transcend the limit in intelligible language, to expand the borders of their empire, kingdom, nation, whatever. And what they are unconsciously trying to do, or sometimes consciously, but the metaphysical reason is they try to incorporate the other within themselves. This is the purpose of conquest. And the empirical motives, historically, these have been variously to try to take more resources, to have a higher income base, to have a greater amount of people to tax, or to reunite people culturally, ethnically, religiously, whatever the reason, or to steal resources, or the empirical reasons which determine geopolitics. There are many, yeah, but the philosophical, metaphysical reason is there is an attempt to transcend the limit in order to incorporate the other, the something else in logic, or the Nicht-Sein, within the self. But precisely, when you study speculative logic, you understand that the limit constantly reappears, because if you suppress the limit, you put another limit, but a limit by its very ontological nature is that which sets being and non-being at the same time, something and something else. So you can transcend the limit indefinitely, the other will always reappear. That's what Hegel calls schlechte Unendlichkeit, namely a contradiction which constantly reappears in various forms. Yeah, and what he calls wahrhafte Unendlichkeit, the real infinity. So the bad infinite is when something keeps reappearing, and the reason why something keeps reappearing is precisely because something is something else, because the reason why something is what it is because of its limit, but the limit is that which at the same time sets the other. Yeah. And what? Sometimes I have to praise the genius of Hegel. The Hegel, the crazy German metaphysician, sometimes the real infinity is when you incorporate the other within when you incorporate something else within something, and this unity is what he calls für sich sein, being for self, and actually that's unity when you incorporate the other, when you solve the contradiction. And I understood very quickly, February, March 2022, that there would be conflicts as long as the contradiction of the border is not solved. Here, I understood, and I can formulate. Let us imagine there is a peace solution somehow. Ukraine and Russia, they find an agreement. There is peace. Whatever, there is peace. Okay. There is another contradiction which will emerge somewhere else. Azerbaijan and Armenia, Israel and Palestine, the Chinese and Taiwan, some African countries, wherever. And even if, okay, you find a solution, a peaceful solution, diplomacy, etc., you solve the problem, okay, you have peace for 5 years, 10 years, even 20 years. There will be other contradictions which will re-emerge eventually somewhere else. And here I still do I imagine as someone a very long-term view. Let us imagine there is stability, conflicts can be reasonably solved, peaceful solution, etc., diplomacy, etc. Okay, very good. But in the long term, 50 years, if it's not 50 years, 100 years from now, if we imagine, well, in 100 years, let us imagine future projection, the United States, let us imagine, that's just imagination, the US will have become Mexico, basically. Western Europe will have become a Muslim entity. Yeah, so there will, in a way, there will always be a reappearance in one form or another. And I understood also, thanks to speculative logic, that what the Western countries, what they have been doing for the past 50 years, let us say, simplified, Of course, if you look at the perspective of the evolution of Western civilization over the past 50 years, it appears to be insane what Western countries have been doing, namely to, well, to try to erase themselves, let us say. But the real, here, I understood this very quickly. It's really serious. What Western, it's unconscious, of course, but what Western countries have tried to do, precisely after the trauma of the first two world wars, is precisely because the contradiction, unconsciously, the acting political agents, they understand this. They really try to incorporate the other within the self. That's the metaphysical attempt, and translated in a newspeak, that you have to welcome the other, inclusive, tolerance, etc., diversity, etc. But actually, of course, Western geopolitics over the past 50 years, it appears as a joke, but of course, it's very serious in a way, especially outside of Europe. But it's a joke in a sense. It's not very serious. A civilization which replaces itself, which erases itself, the slogans of the left, etc. It's not, yeah. But actually, it is serious in a sense that what the contradiction that Western countries, which are still overwhelmingly the most powerful on earth, what they have been trying with what appears to be the delirious slogans of the left, you have to welcome the entire world, etc. But the serious underlying trend is that what Western countries are trying to do is to incorporate the other within the self without military conflict, or without imperialism in a classical sense. So what the West and Russia or others who still have an imperialist view, what they are trying to do, they both are trying to do the same thing, namely to incorporate the other within the self. But what Western countries, and here, of course, if you have a classical Western perspective, of course, it appears as a bad joke, because the consequence is the erasure of Westerners and Western culture, Western civilization, etc. But actually, what the globalists or the left or the liberals or free market or the globalists. Here, it doesn't mean a group of people, but the politicians and the ideology of the West since the 1960s, 70s, etc. Namely, to envision global unity, a global humanity, the human rights ideology, let us say. Of course, it can appear as not being serious because other parts of the world, they are much more serious in a sense. They are old-fashioned views about the nation, building strength, growth, power, etc., etc. But actually, the problem, namely of finding unity, that's the logical, precisely because what emerges from the limit and the determinacy, the distinction between Dasein and Nichtsein, something and something else, is precisely Für sich sein, which is unity. This is how unity emerges. Yeah. So I understood very quickly that the contradiction of the border in geopolitics, even if we envision 500 years, 2,000 years, 5,000 years, 10 million years, the contradiction will constantly re-emerge until an entity progresses to the moment to where it is in relation to itself. yeah, and then there would be no reason to keep expanding and to try to conquer others because there would be no other to conquer anymore. That's the metaphysical reason. And if you envision, it's kind of here, Richard Lynn, the British psychologist, in one of his books about eugenics, he talks about this. He says basically, if we envision the long term, Western societies will decline because they will decline because a rejection of science. The Chinese, they will probably, they have already in a way, they continue to implement eugenic programs. So if we envision in the long term, China will conquer the world. If we envision really many decades and many centuries, Islam will take over the West demographically. Mexico will take, or Hispanics will take over the US demographically, but the Chinese, in a way, they will take over economically in the long run because if the West keeps declining, the most serious contender, one might say, these are the Chinese. So Richard Lynn understood this more than 20 years ago. So yeah, that's simply the reason why there has to be unity on a political and geopolitical scale. That's the metaphysical reason. Yeah. Yeah. And the problem that I have been, everything that I do, even if it's not consciously explained, what I've been working on for 20 months in a row constantly now is how do you attain this end of eventually solving the metaphysical contradiction which is being manifested in the realm of geopolitics with the least amount of damages, one might say. How do you do this? It's kind of difficult, yeah. But that's what I have been trying to solve, yeah. And I quickly I realized many things over the months, but one of the things that I've realized is that if you cannot speak, it's very difficult to solve problems. What guarantees the ability to speak? The United States Constitution. So yeah, that's really the simplified. What I've been doing is so now actually my main concern, what drives all my actions, what I have in mind when I act is I have a lot of things in mind, so it's difficult. But the guide, in a way, it's the U.S. Constitution, actually the Bill of Rights, but they go hand in hand anyway. But the idea of the U.S. Constitution, because at some moment people will realize that there are problems to solve in life, and it's very difficult to solve problems if you cannot formulate the problem. If you cannot speak, it's very difficult to solve problems. People, they will realize this at some moment. They say, the ability to speak, the right, granting the right to speak, it's kind of a good idea. There's this country, the US, a couple of centuries ago, they granted to their citizens the inalienable God-given right to speak. They haven't done badly over the past couple of centuries. These Americans, pretty okay, what they've been achieving over the past 250 years now. It's not that bad in terms of achievements, technological, cultural, economic, etc. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, that's what I've been doing. Yeah, but so now we'll talk about um, I will precisely, yeah, that's what I intend to talk about in this video. My development. So for those who have been following me for a long time, there have been. So at this moment of recording, I have no clue of what people who have been following me, what do they know about me? What have you understood? What do you believe? I don't know. I don't know. But maybe at some moment I will know. Yeah, but maybe I will not know empirically. But whatever. But um, um, so here I will talk. It's kind of, in a way, it's kind of a personal video. I don't really like. That's one of the reasons. The idea of talking about oneself publicly. Uh, I have had to, in a way, for various reasons. But if I had the opportunity, if I could, uh, my ideal would be to buy a piece of land. If I were in a normal state of consciousness, not if I were a normal human being, what I would do is buy a piece of land in a region, maybe in the mountains, and start an autonomous, as autonomous as possible, garden, and read books and write books and make contributions to science. That would be my idea. But precisely the reason why I don't do this, there are many reasons, but one of them is I feel a duty to participate in a public life, one might say. We all do to a certain extent, but consciously by talking publicly, because there are problems that have to be solved, and yeah, yeah. But here I will talk about me as an individual, but my intellectual development. If you have followed me for a long time, I've talked about this very often, variously, at various intervals, differently, etc. But my intellectual life started off really in a significant way in August, September 2016. What happened? You are supposed to know if you have followed me. This what really happened was I will not make the details of all my development, but in the broad outline, I remember vaguely in August 2016, the books that I intended to read were, as far as I can remember, Rosa Luxemburg and Keynes, Maynard Keynes, The General Theory of Interest and Money. Yeah. And there was a shift because of an attack in France. And I started to read conservative writers, and it had a profound impact upon me because their worldview made a lot of sense. Yeah. And that's when I started the process, etc. And over the course of 18 months, between August, September 2016 and January 2018, I already said this many times, but I I acquired an enormous amount of knowledge, and I traveled and I changed my state of consciousness. I explored many completely new views. I acquired a universal culture in a way. In internet language, 21st century, I took the red pill. So one way of defining me is just I'm a person like many millions of people in the West who took the red pill. But in a way, I'm just more consistent and more dedicated, maybe. And I've had the opportunity to dedicate a lot of time and resources there. But I'm just a person who took the red pill. But precisely when people they talk about this, what do they mean? I'm just a guy who presents this in a systematic way, and yeah. Yeah. And so here I do not intend to to try to think what my longtime followers might think about me. But in a way I will partly do, but I will not do this in a too complex way, precisely because try to think what others think, I've done this at some moments. It drives me a little bit insane, so I will not do this. But um, there are questions that I think some of my followers might ask themselves, and I feel the need. I don't know, but I would like to clarify. What am I? It's very difficult to put me in a category precisely, but um, in a way, uh, I will not try to praise my followers because that's a cheap way of trying to seduce people. But in a way, if you have been following me for a long time, you are probably um, subtle to a certain extent. I'm not trying to play the card to please my follower, to praise my followers so that they feel a sense of superiority. No, no. I know how it works. I could do this. It's a good idea, maybe, but no, no. Precisely for the aforementioned reason, because I don't know who watches this. But if you have been a consistent follower, uh, hopefully you are kind of subtle, at least on some topics. So yeah, that's one of the other problems of talking publicly. You don't know who you talk to, and there are people with various layers of consciousness, and there are things. Here, I will say what I think. One of the problems is I understood this over the course of my development. So another remark, I develop constantly. So one of the reason why maybe a lot of what I say appears intelligible or hasn't been understood, it's simply because I improve constantly. My mind is in a constant state of boiling, etc. That's why I do stupid things, not stupid, no, but I do things which slow down my intellectual activity, like washing the dishes manually, cleaning the laundry manually, picking up the trash, sometimes just sitting for 10 minutes outside and just enjoy the rays of the sun and the breeze of the air and not thinking too. I don't do this very often because even when I try not to think too much, I still do. I try not to read too much, not to think too much. So I try to not to dump myself down, but to lower down the activity, the thinking activity. I try to do this anyway. It's very good. It's very healthy. It's here. It's really my personal case, and maybe there are a few people, autistic, highly intelligent people who suffer from the same problem. Most people they don't. Most people they suffer from the opposite problem, namely they do not think too much, precisely because they have difficult condition. They have bills to pay. They have a lot of responsibility with family, work, community, etc., etc. Or they are tired and they don't want to trouble themselves too much. They just want to unplug and enjoy entertainment instead of thinking about. I understand. I understand. I've come to grow in empathy for ordinary people who make no special effort to really think profoundly about the world, precisely because here I'm talking about those who might have the opportunity but who don't. It's because a lot of time, a lot of humans, they do not ask themselves many questions. Yeah, I will talk about this at some moment. But what was I saying? Yeah, those who have been following me for a long time, hopefully you are a little bit subtle. I don't have to, yeah. So yeah, what I intend to say is um, what I've come to understand over the years or the month is that the truth, that UPS, the truth on a universal level is the same for all. That's the definition of truth. The example is the theorems in mathematics. They are true for everyone. You have no choice in the sense that that's really a Spinozian perspective. He talks about this. He said that if he talks about mathematics because his formal presentation of his philosophy is in a mathematical form, because precisely mathematics and Kant in the preface to the Critique of Pure Reason, he talks about this as well. Mathematics and physics, they have succeeded in bringing forth agreement. All the people who think about mathematics and physics, they all agree. I mean, not all, because physics, like all the other sciences, is in a process, but I know that there are different interpretations of the same physical facts, but overwhelmingly, most physicists, they agree at least on most aspects of physics. Yeah. It's very difficult to convince people that gravity is a social construct. And here, a good joke for my followers who know me a little bit. My experiment, no, it's not an experiment, but my what I call the accident of the substance 4.5 years ago, when I tested the empirical validity of gravity. I will not comment more, but yeah, gravity is not a social construct. Yeah, it really exists. I have tested this empirically. It really works. Yeah. Here, a good joke for my followers. I will not comment because, yeah, but this is the kind of jokes that I think about sometimes. For those who know me vaguely, being a philosopher, if I had to give my own perspective, it's a back-breaking job. I will not comment. Yeah, but yeah, so mathematics and physics, they have succeeded. Here, I will not talk in a very subtle way. Of course, physics, it's a process. It has to be adapted. There are various conflicting tendencies. The philosophy, the physical views of Newton, they have had to be adapted. There are contradictions. I'm tired sometimes of trying to constantly explain everything. Physics and mathematics, usually people, they agree. Let us simplify. And in most other fields, people disagree. And philosophically, Hegel is the guy who understood that this disagreement, in all fields actually, these are just moments in a process of unfolding. Yeah. So my viewers, my long-time followers, if I will not summarize all the important ideas, but one of them is truth and falsehood. Hopefully I don't have to clarify this for the select few, but it's not truth on one side and falsehood on the other. Of course, in a lot of situations, there are things which are true in ordinary sense and things which are false, but truth philosophically is a process of unfolding. Yeah. Yeah. And the truth is the totality, das Wahre ist das Ganze, etc. So what was I? Yeah. So when you communicate, on a universal level, the truth in an abstract way is the same for all, but people, they have different levels of consciousness. That's the particular and the singular, which is determined by various factors, personal history, personal culture, level of intelligence, level of education, the circumstances that they've had to deal with, their age, their maturity. There are various determinations. So I do not have, actually I do, but I do not have different truths for different people, but actually I do, but not because it's not because there is an esoteric part and an exoteric part, but actually it's the case, but the reason is people, although at some abstract level of thinking, all thinking agents are identical when they connect to the truth, but on all other regards, people are different. That's the identity of identity and difference. So not all people can understand the same truth at the same time. So truth on a universal level is the same for all, but it has to be particularized and then to be singularized. It doesn't mean that truth is an opinion, everyone has his own truth. That's not what it means. It's really, this view is anti-philosophical in the negative sense, in the sense that that's precisely the modern the modern postmodern belief of the deconstructionist, or everything is a matter of opinion, etc. No, but you cannot. How should I explain this? Basically, religion and philosophy and art, they are free modes of expressing the highest truth in a way. But for those who are really knowledge seeking, who have a intellectual interest for sciences, who have the opportunity, the ability, and the interest to study the world scientifically in the broadest sense, which includes philosophy, they have to be stimulated intellectually in a different way. That's why here, hopefully, I don't have. No, I will not. Yeah. Those who've been following me, they are intelligent enough. Dawkins. Do I agree with Darwinism? Yes and no, but it's not because I have been thinking about this. Sometimes I say there are good contradictions and bad contradictions. Bad contradictions means when you say two things which are not coherent and consistent with each other because of a lack of mental clarity, and there are good contradictions, namely a unity of opposed determination, things which appear to be contradictory from an ordinary level of consciousness, but from a higher perspective, they make sense. So I don't believe in Darwinism and the theory of evolution, but I nonetheless believe that it's a great way of explaining a lot of phenomena. So anyway, here I will make a spiritual remark. I believe in the theory of evolution, but precisely believe here means, in a sense, I know it's false, but I pretend to believe that it's okay because it explains a lot nonetheless. But actually, evolution is, in a way, it's accurate partly because it explains very well a lot of phenomenon in the natural world. So let's pretend that it's true. That's what I would say, because it explains a lot. Yeah. So the people, the English, I've found a book by Mr. Christopher Hitchens today. The English who criticize religion or God, the English scientists, I don't care. It's because precisely these people, they need to be, and it's good. They need to be explained how the world works. They don't want to be told. They want to understand with their own experiments, their own views. And it's good. When I'm in a good mood, most of the time about this topic, very often, almost always, I tend to agree with the Anglo-Saxon scientists. Although strictly speaking, I will talk about it. Strictly speaking, it's their worldview is very lacking. But of course, I'm not pissed off against the English because they believe that there is no God and that everything is Darwinian selection. Of course, in a way, it's very good because it explains a lot and it enables to make intelligent decisions, etc. Yeah. So, of course, I love Richard Dawkins. Of course, yeah, of course. But yeah, here I have so many things to say. But precisely the English, the highly intelligent English scientists, they need a different kind of intellectual stimulation than most of them. And here it's not a question of it's not a question of superiority, but in a way the English, not only the English, but especially the Anglo-Saxons, that's the entire history of England. Philosophically, they need to the Anglo-Saxons, they need to study the world. That's why they are empiricists. They need to experiment, and it's good. The results of Anglo-Saxon science in terms of human increase in population, well-being, access to education, to knowledge, development of individual rights, progress in all sorts. Over the past 400 years, mankind owes a lot to the Anglo-Saxons, really. Yeah. Yeah, so how should I explain this? I have come to understand you have to speak differently to different kinds of people because not everyone as an individual with his particular characteristics in terms of culture, education, level of intelligence, age, experience, etc. Not everyone is capable of understanding the same universal truth in the same form. Yeah. So here, I will not complain, but I just explain what I've been doing for the past many years. First, you have to find the truth, which is very difficult as such. It's very difficult to find the truth. Very difficult. The quest for truth. That's why people who say, "Oh, speak the truth," of course, but it's very difficult because first you have to find the truth. Then you have, in a way, to practice the truth because truth is partly ethical. So you have to behave according to your truth. That there is the epistemological aspect and there is the ethical aspect. But then you also have to communicate the truth and doing all these things at the same time, namely to search, to practice, and to communicate. It's very difficult. And here, as a personal individual, one of the reasons why I have struggled to communicate, there are other reasons, but one of them is because it's not that I discover a new truth, but I change constantly, but not because I'm inconsistent, but simply because I improve variously constantly. So I am a process, and um, I I could say different things uh, every day. If I spoke every day, probably I would say different things every day. But because I constantly improve and change and modify my worldview, because every time I read things or I gather new information empirically, here it means in this specific sense, it just means when I experience the world ordinarily by interacting with other people. Yeah. So either when I read books or when I have experiences with other people, it partly shapes my worldview. Yeah. So yeah. And as an empirical individual, just me as a singular empirical individual inhabiting this body with my limited characteristics, I cannot. It's impossible. I cannot speak individually to each person as a singular individual. There is not enough time. There are too many people. Yeah, it's that's one of the problems of existence. It's that I cannot uh, give the same amount of attention to everyone. It's logically, physically impossible in this plane of existence, one might say. And yeah, so I I had no conscious plan, but I knew that I intended to talk about the Anglo-Saxons and the Germans in this video. Um, I don't know precisely. I don't know who I talk to because I have no respond. I don't ask especially, but at this moment in time, I have been talking for 20 months in a row. First, many years ago, but for 20 months in a row, I have been talking very frequently. I've said a lot, and I don't know who gets what, who understands what, but eventually, uh, I have come to imagine that I talk to the Americans or to the Anglo-Saxons because I speak in English, and also because a lot of my references they happen to be in the English language. Yeah, yeah. And here, that's the comical aspect. Maybe. No, I know it's not true, but maybe there is. I don't know. One of my followers. He's maybe it's a 45-year-old woman living in Honduras who has been a great fan of my videos for many months. She finds my views on the Anglo-Saxons, the Germans, fascinating, maybe, who knows. Maybe she's a person who can afford, she speaks English and she can somehow afford to. No, I know it's not true, but maybe. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Honduras is a very important country for me for two reasons. First, because Stella uh, had a friend from Honduras. She talked about this many years ago. And second, because the t-shirt that I've been wearing for many months now, they are all made in Honduras. So I will not pretend that I know a lot about Honduras, but at least the great t-shirt that I've been sharing, they are all produced in Honduras. So yeah, yeah. Uh, no, but I know, I will not talk about Honduras, but I know vaguely it's a country with certain problems. Yeah, but well, Um, yeah, here I will briefly talk about the Anglo-Saxons. So as I'm recording this, I've been reading David Booth, Evolutionary Psychology. Actually, it's a book that I've been reading variously for many years. There are some books like these that I read throughout the years, each time a little bit, that I've never taken the time to read thoroughly because I cannot read all the books that I'm interested in thoroughly. So, but I've picked up information here and there, etc. And um, also, I've been reading Schopenhauer recently, which I had never done really, except a few sentences here and there. But I've really started reading Schopenhauer, and um, here I just repeat ideas that my longtime followers they are supposed to be accustomed to. But in my mind, actually, I often repeat the same ideas here in ordinary sense, the same ideas, but I formulate them more clearly. It's more refined, more clearly defined. It's more clear in my view. In my mind, in terms of culture, there are really three great influences. Uh, well, there is the French culture because empirically I speak French and I read a lot and hear a lot and watch a lot of videos in French because it's my native language. But most of my cultural reference, not most of my cultural references in terms of pop culture, they are American or in the English language, and a lot of my scientific knowledge as well, and the metaphysical aspect, of course, is German. So I have partly a French culture, partly an Anglo-Saxon culture, because here, in terms of science and culture, it's difficult to distinguish the Anglo-Saxons. So when I use the word Anglo-Saxon, of course, I mean the English, the Scots, the Americans, the Canadians, white Americans, the white Australians, the white New Zealanders. Yeah. And here, so very often, I don't know who I talk to, but I have come to imagine that I talk to the Americans or to the Anglo-Saxons, which is probably not true. I mean, partly it is, but anyone who speaks English fluently can understand what I say. Um, but in a way, I have come unconsciously to believe somehow that I speak to the Anglo-Saxons because I speak in English. If I had German followers, I would be kind of happy. I will not apologize for having a special relationship with the Germans. I will not. There are things that I will not apologize. But if I had German followers, I would be glad. Yeah, that's one of the I mean, there are other problems, but in a way, I am disconnected from the people. I'm disconnected from a lot of people, but in a way, I think like a German, but I do not speak German very well, and I've never really had the opportunity to talk really with Germans because of the limitation of language. But my identity culturally, French, Anglo-Saxon, German, not only because I have a European and a Western culture predominantly, ancient Greece, Rome, and I know slightly or significantly about most European, I mean, not European, but most Western countries. I will not pretend that I am an expert in the culture of Latvia or Estonia. I know slightly about most, if not all, European countries, and I know variously about some non-European, non-Western countries. I have vague cultural knowledge about, I wouldn't say most countries, because historically, a lot of countries on this planet, they are very recent and they are kind of artificial. But if not countries, at least civilization. I know vaguely about most, yeah, but vaguely, because I haven't, empirically, I haven't had the time to study all cultures thoroughly. Yeah, precisely because I have a lot of problems to solve. I've tried to go to the point to try to find a balance between gathering the most useful knowledge while trying to solve problems. It's very difficult. So yeah, here again, I will not apologize for overwhelmingly sharing and promoting Anglo-Saxon culture, because it happens that the Anglo-Saxon, they have a lot of answers to a lot of questions. They are very good at solving problems, the Anglo-Saxons. So yeah, and here just a remark. Uh, a couple of months or a few weeks ago, I was trying to complete my worldview. I haven't read a lot of books about physics, chemistry, biology, and I was searching for a good introduction to biology. And guess what? I stumbled upon a great introduction by an Anglo-Saxon from a country that I hadn't I hadn't had a lot of references with. New Zealand. I searched for a good introduction about biology, and there was an Anglo-Saxon in New Zealand. So the Anglo-Saxon, I have praised them a lot. Maybe they deserve it, but every time I need a good piece of information, I know probably there's an Anglo-Saxon somewhere. You know, the Anglo-Saxons, they are kind of everywhere. I know yeah, it's kind of problematic, but actually the good aspect is wherever they go, they produce good science. So here, yeah, I don't know a lot. I will not pretend that I know a lot empirically about Australia, New Zealand, or even Canada. I know vaguely, but the Anglo-Saxon, in a way, they have flourished. Well, we know the story, but in a lot of places on this planet, and it's very useful. I need a good introduction about biology. Let us search. Oh, there is an Anglo-Saxon at the other end of the planet who happens to produce good books. So yeah, yeah. Here I just make a remark. The Anglo-Saxon countries, except the US, but the others, they are kind of artificial. Australia, New Zealand, Canada. It's not derogatory. It's simply that I've been thinking about this. The history of white Australia, white New Zealand, and white Canada. Let's not pretend that it's really important. I mean, it's important psychologically for those who are there, but let's not pretend that these countries are very important from a historical standpoint. But it's not derogatory. It's simply because they haven't had the time. These are artificial countries whose history is not longer than a couple or maybe 3 centuries. But yeah, yeah. So the Anglo-Saxons, uh, here, I know. That's why, in case people, that's why I don't like nationalism most of the time, because nationalism, it's really the stupid ideology which finds problems where there should be no problem. So the idea, I know vaguely, the idea that the Scots and the English are pissed off against one another for vague history. I know. There have been really difficult conflicts historically, but in the modern world, those who complain about the English, the Scottish nationalists, for me, these people, both of them, they are Anglo-Saxons, and I know, I'm intelligent enough that UPS, the particular is important. You cannot mix. It's like saying, that's really a bad Western stupidity. I know it's kind of a caricature, but those who believe, the Japanese and the Koreans, they are the same. Of course, no. But of course, no. But at some level, you can afford to coalesce together from a certain perspective. I'm well aware, I'm intelligent enough that from a Scottish perspective, the English, they are different, they have had their historical problems. I know you cannot put them in the same box, yeah. But when you are not directly involved, when you have a little bit of distanciation, they are kind of the same in the good sense. But I'm intelligent enough to know that they are different, etc. Yeah, but when here, really, it's specific for those who share the same culture, which is partly tied to language. It's very difficult when peoples share the same language for a long historical period of time. It's very difficult to separate and to attribute to each particular, precisely because things get mixed up for the good. But for instance, I'm well aware that David Hume, Adam Smith, James Watt, and many others, Clerk, Maxwell, etc., I'm well aware that they are Scottish, but that's why I use the word Anglo-Saxon. David Hume, because he spoke English as a native language, he has had a tremendous influence upon most English thinkers and most American thinkers, etc., etc. Yeah, that's why the category Anglo-Saxon, of course, like all categories, it's a simplification, but it's kind of useful, and in this sense, the Anglo-Saxon, they are apart from other European groups, and they have common features within their group that others don't. And in this sense, as an empirical individual, I have no involvement on a personal level, precisely because I am not an Anglo-Saxon empirically. Yeah, but yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but so what I was saying is, um, here I will just praise the Anglo-Saxon, the English a little bit. I've been thinking about this recently. The English, when you have a culture, uh, you come to realize that here it's not to be taken. What I say is serious, but what I will say, it's not to be taken completely seriously. But I've had this thought recently at the moment of recording, namely over the past few, I don't know, days or weeks. But um, if we are honest, if we look at English, here English, just English, partly Scotland, but mostly England. The history of England. I'm talking about the cultural history. The English, they have been capable of producing greatness in all fields. Really, if we are honest, the English, they have consistently produced greatness in all fields. So the question, what one might ask, if we are honest, are the English one of the best peoples ever? Yes, of course. But I have been thinking about this. What is lacking with the English because they seem to have all the qualities. Not all the English. Here, I will not make not all the English. Of course, there are idiots in England among the native English. There are stupid people. There are obnoxious people. There are bad people. Of course, of course, of course. The majority of the English, they are just ordinary people. Etc. Yeah. But historically, yeah, the England has produced greatness in all fields of human endeavor. But if there is one field where they are slightly, I will not criticize them, but where they cannot compete with the German, this is philosophy. When we talk seriously about philosophy, the English have had many important philosophers, but in an ordinary sense, they haven't had philosophers in the real sense, namely theologians, actually, because philosophy is theology. The English philosophers historically, precisely, they have tried not to talk about theology. That's one of the good aspects of the English, but also that's also what they lack in comparison with the German, is that their philosophers, Francis Bacon, Locke, Hume was a Scots, but let us include here David Hume, Bentham, Stuart Mill, Bertrand Russell, etc., etc. And yeah, these are not philosophers in the sense that the Greeks or the Germans understand the world. But I've come to realize recently, Whitehead is. There are others. There are the Cambridge Neoplatonists, I think, in the 17th century. I'm not sure, but there are Neoplatonists in the school of Cambridge, and there were some British idealists at the end of the 19th century. So there have been British or English philosophers who have been inclined towards speculative here in the sense of theological in a way thinking, but very few. But Whitehead, Alfred North Whitehead, is different because he's a real philosopher in a sense, in the German sense. Yeah. And I have had this here. It's not to be taken seriously. That's just it's not even a hypothesis. It's just a remark, which as such is not very. Sometimes I rarely do this. Sometimes I make remarks which are not to be taken really seriously. It's just something that I thought about. But maybe the history of England was completed with Whitehead. Here, it's not to be taken seriously, but maybe it was completed with Whitehead. So in the 1920s, let us say. He died officially in 1947, so his work has been throughout many decades. But let us say in the 1920s, England perfected itself in a sense. The English, they had produced greatness in most aspects. They just lacked really a great philosopher in the sense of a theologian, in a sense, a philosopher. And Whitehead, that's what he did. And in a way, I haven't studied thoroughly the work of Whitehead, but I know he's one of the greatest philosophers since Hegel as a serious philosopher, namely a person who talks about theology consciously in a way, about God from a philosophical perspective. So maybe the English, they had pretty much everything. They just need really a top quality philosopher, and God gave them Whitehead, and then England had maybe that's not to be taken seriously, but maybe they had fulfilled their destiny. They had become complete, and that's when England started to fade away because in the 1920s England was still vaguely not the first world power, but partly. But the US had already overcome the British Empire economically, but officially, Britain, the British Empire, was still the first world superpower. The French, they were powerful militarily, but in a way, England was at its peak in the 19th century, and in the 1920s, that's when they had reached the peak and they were about to decline. Because when you are at the top, there is no other way than going downward because you have no other choice than to decline. So in a way, it's not to be taken seriously, but England, they peaked in the 19th century, and at the early 20th century, they declined because of the First World War and because of the rise of the US. But at the moment of Whitehead, they were still kind of the top, more or less officially, etc. And in a way, that's when England was completed. That's not to be taken seriously completely, but it might be interesting when they really had their own great philosopher, Alfred North Whitehead. And in a sense, they had greatness everywhere, great poets, great economists, great politicians, great writers, great statesmen, great scientists, greatness everywhere. They just lacked really a top quality philosopher. Locke, Bacon, Stuart Mill, etc. They have been important, but they are not top-notch philosophers. Yeah, in the sense of that the Germans understand. So Whitehead is maybe the top quality English philosophers, and that's when England started to disintegrate in a way. Maybe they reached perfection in terms of achievement, so they could afford. Okay, now we have done pretty much everything that could be done. They conquered the world scientifically, politically, economically. They had achieved greatness. Now we can rest. We can decline. And now they have enjoyed. I mean, enjoyed. Well, they have enjoyed their decline for about a century. The English, they are kind of the British, how do you call this? The Anglo-Saxon stillness and calm. We can afford to decline because we come from so high that we can afford to steadily decline. Yeah, and England, they have kept producing greatness, but on a different level. The 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 white trash in England here, it's not a derogatory, but punk music, punk rock, in football, etc. They have still produced greatness, and they keep producing greatness on a scientific level. They have great physicists, sociologists, etc., etc. But England, over the past century, they have been declining like most or all Western societies. But in a way, it's more. There is more serenity in England. Like most of what they do, the English, they are more. There's more tranquility than in other countries. Even when they decline, in a way, they have more stillness in their decline. That's British. How do you call this? Here, I don't know the word, but that's to be calm in the face of difficult events. It's okay. The English, they are calm. That's British stillness, which has characterized the English throughout the centuries. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that. These were my thoughts about England. Yeah. And now, yeah, now about the Anglo-Saxons. Um, I've been reading. It's a book that I've been reading throughout the years, but I've been reading David Booth. It's really a great book, Evolutionary Psychology, the handbook. It's really a great book, and um, these kind of books, they are truly great. And I have come to understand this. In a way, I am fascinated by Anglo-Saxon science because most of the time it's really interesting, but also here that's another good aspect about negativity in a sense of differentiation. How I have come to envision this throughout the months and even the years, the French, Anglo-Saxon, and German aspects culturally, I simplify. It's much more subtle, but I simplify. The French, it is verbalism for the good and for the less good. I mean, that's the historical aristocratic ideal of the French who believe that through their sheer brilliance, they can show off, etc. And historically, it has been the case at some moments, the French aristocracy, but when they become decadent, it becomes a little bit of not necessarily arrogance, but presumptuous. Not arrogant, but presumptuous. The French, they believe that through the power of their speech, they can impact others, and yeah, they have this belief. That's one of the great qualities and one of the flaws of the French. That's verbalism. Yeah. The German, that's rigor, systematicity, order, discipline of mind, of thought, etc. And the English, that's empiricism, observation, scientific testing, data, hypothesis, statistic, back up everything they say with etc. etc. On a cultural level, that's how the intellect, the spiritual life, in a sense of intellect, of Germany, England, and France. No, not England, the Anglo-Saxons, mostly England, but historically it has come to be the case for the US, Canada, etc. But yeah, if I really simplify, it's a caricature. It's not very true. It's partly true, but the French, that's the power of the word speaking well. That's the brilliance of verbal expression. The German, rigor, systematicity, order. The English, empiricism, data, statistics, observation, etc. And one of the reasons, there are other big, one of the reasons why I have been so fascinated by Anglo-Saxon science is precisely because culturally, it has taken me a long time to figure this out. Culturally, I come from French influence, one might say, and when you discover Anglo-Saxon science, the contrast with a lot of what is said in France, either historically for the good, because the great French, the great cultural Frenchmen historically, these are really people who can mesmerize others through their words, and for the best, these are the moralists and the playwriters of the 17th century, or not the intellectuals, but what is called the philosophers of the 18th century. They were not philosophers in the German sense, but in the modern world we would call this intellectuals. The Enlightenment intellectuals, a lot of their influence has been through the sheer brilliance of their word, either Voltaire or Rousseau, who were very different on many aspects, but both, even in their literary expression, they were very different, but the verbal brilliance of both cannot be denied. Rousseau is a sublime writer. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who was a Swiss of French speaking language, but that's just an opinion. Rousseau is probably one of the three greatest writers in the French language. It's mesmerizing, it's fascinating, it's beautiful, it's poetic, it's exceptional. That's the danger of Rousseau. That's why Rousseau, here a little bit of French culture, intelligent right-wingers in France, those who have a culture, there are not, in the modern world, there are not a lot of people who have a culture. Even in a country like France, on the right, there are a lot of people who no longer have a culture. But those who do, they are intelligent enough to be skeptical about, not skeptical in the philosophical sense, but to be to be yes, skeptical about Rousseau, because they know that he writes so well that his ideas, which sometimes are good, sometimes are dubious, they have an enormous power of persuasion because he writes so well. So the right wingers who are really skeptical about some of the ideas of Rousseau, and there are reasons to be skeptical because some of his ideas are a little bit dubious, but they acknowledge the verbal brilliance of Rousseau, and that's why he's kind of dangerous, because he writes so well. It's so attractive because when you read Rousseau in French, it's so fascinating from a strictly literary standpoint. He writes so well. He's such a rhetorical genius in a way that, yeah, but yeah. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, so the French of the 17th century, the 18th century, and even it has been a recurrent feature throughout French history, but even in the 20th century, and here for the negative sense, the French theory, which has mesmerized and taken hold of American campuses in the 60s and 70s, and which has partly influenced deconstructionism, postmodernism, cultural Marxism, etc., and which has had such a powerful impact upon liberal American scholars and eventually upon the rest of the Western world, and for really destructive consequences, it was partly because of French brilliance in terms of verbal expression. Yeah. So I hear that's maybe a reciprocal enchantment. My personal case, I have been fascinated by the scientific achievements and production of the Anglo-Saxons precisely because it's rigorous in terms of data, statistic, facts, etc. It's in a way it's antithetical completely antithetical to French literary culture, because when you read a scientific work by an Anglo-Saxon, it's very boring. It's not well written from a literary standpoint, but that's not the purpose. But it's not well written. It's not pleasant to read as a literary work. It is not supposed to be, but yeah. But it's filled with statistics, graphs, data, etc. So it's very what's the word? It's very difficult in a sense. It's exhausting. It's draining to read, but it contains great information. It's often excellent. Everything is backed up by experiments, statistics, quotes, data. It's very ordered, very rigorous. The method, for what it is very efficient. So the Anglo-Saxon science and the method of modern science, it's universal. It can be adopted. And in sociology, there are a lot of books like this in French. It's less good than the Anglo-Saxon, but it happened. The Japanese, someone like Mr. Kanazawa, he can write books like these. In America, people of all origins who do science, they adopt the same method. So people potentially from any culture or any language can produce books which are great based on the classical empirical model of Anglo-Saxon science, of course, but predominantly it's a cultural phenomenon among the Anglo-Saxons. Mr. Steven Pinker, who is Jewish, he knows this method very well as well, but it's predominantly a specifically Anglo-Saxon feature. Yeah, but in a way, it's fascinating because it is completely antithetical to just the verbal abstractions of the French, which can deceive and delude. And the good aspect, when it's done masterfully by really highly educated, highly cultured French people, French intellectuals or writers, it's really great because these are people who, in great French books, there are, of course, no quote or very few quotes or no quotes at all, no statistics, no data. It's just very few numbers or no numbers at all. It's just verbal expression. But when it's done well, it's brilliance. It's greatness, cultural greatness, intellectual greatness, verbal brilliance, etc. Yeah. So there are still people like this in France. That's the good aspect about the French. Really the high culture in the sense of really a high intellectual endeavors and achievements while being expressed in an aesthetically pleasing way. Yeah, the English, they can do this as well, but they do this less frequently because they are more focused precisely on the empirical aspect. Yeah, but the bad aspect about this verbalism for the French is that they can speak a lot without saying much. So if the person is not competent, they just utter words which can easily manipulate others because they don't back anything they say with any statistics, any fact, any reference. They just speak and they convince others sometimes. Yeah, that's how the left, the intelligent intellectual leftists who are a little bit scheming how they can exert such influence onto academia through the sheer power of their word, they can grasp the attention of people, etc. Yeah. So when you discover Anglo-Saxon science, it's from this French perspective, it's fascinating because the English scientist, it doesn't necessarily mean the hard sciences. It can be the social sciences, but those who use this method of backing up everything with facts, statistics, data, quotes, etc., etc. It's really fascinating because everything they say is backed up. It doesn't mean that it's true. It's often accurate, but it's not necessarily true for methodological reason. Here, that's the criticism of the Austrian school in economics, because if you use statistics, if you present them in a certain way, it can be very convincing because most of the time, it's not always the case, but most of the time, there are no reason to doubt the statistics. But depending on how you mix up the statistics, what kind of statistics you present, it's very easy to manipulate, precisely because most of the time, not always, but most of the time, statistics or quotes or facts, they are correct. But depending on how they are presented, it's very easy to manipulate by leaving aside certain facts, what they call a cherry picking, by overemphasizing others, etc. Yeah. But so that's the negative aspect about this method. And the other negative aspect is that, in a way, for the good and the bad, it's a democratic way of thinking, namely the English, the Anglo-Saxons, but historically it's developed first in England, and then it spread in all the Anglo-Saxon countries. But in a way, this method of empiricism, back up everything with statistics, facts, etc., in a way, it's a democratic way of thinking. For the good, it means that potentially any person who is intelligent and open-minded, they can check for themselves. That's the ideal, the unconscious or sometimes conscious ideal, the ideal of the enlightenment, and the ideal of science actually is that precisely it is egalitarian and democratic in the good sense, namely any person potentially who is capable of thinking when he or she opens a book about science which is backed up, he ought to be able to check things for himself, except if the experiments, like in physics, they are really heavy, expensive experiments, very difficult to reproduce, etc. But otherwise, if the experiment cannot be reproduced, the sources, usually they can be checked. So potentially, the English, when they write books in a scientific way, any person who is intelligent, they can agree and they can check for themselves. And the English, precisely, that's derived from John Locke, Francis Bacon, David Hume, etc. When they speak in their books, usually they try to limit to the greatest extent possible the ambiguities by putting an enormous amount of facts, quotations, statistics, etc., and trying to convince the other in a way that's the result of skepticism for the good. The English, the Anglo-Saxons, but especially the English, historically they have been kind of very skeptical about philosophy and theology. Precisely, that's the good aspect politically about the Anglo-Saxons. They are very skeptical about theology because they understand that whenever someone starts to say, I have a religious truth, listen to me, I have a mystical revelation, inspired, listen to me, etc., it can very often actually lead to political oppression. And the English, they don't like to be politically oppressed. That's why they have a system of check and balances, and that's why Anglo-Saxon skepticism in philosophy, which starts with Francis Bacon revolting against the scholastics, Aristotle, etc. John Locke being very skeptical about metaphysics as well. David Hume as well. The English and David Hume, the Anglo-Saxons, eventually they have come to be very skeptical about metaphysical truths, which is the intellectual foundation, or if not foundation, this is the backup of theology, actually. They understand this, the English. They are very skeptical about metaphysics because they understand that metaphysics is connected with theology, and they understand, very intelligent, these English, they understand that theology is connected with political power, and they are very skeptical about the abuses or the excesses of political power. That's why they are very skeptical about the intellectual foundation of political power. That's why they are skeptics metaphysically, but also politically. That's why they are moderate and they are not very exciting politically, but it's good because of course, there was the civil war in England with Cromwell and before the century before that. But overall, England throughout the century has had a lot more political stability than many other European countries. Yeah, there have been troubles, but it has been a lot more stable. And this is partly connected with the skepticism about too much power to political authority. Yeah, that's why the English intellectuals, what they have been trying to do consciously or unconsciously for centuries is to undermine the pretense of political legitimacy founded upon divine or metaphysical truths. Yeah. So here I explain. That's why the English, they are, in a way, they are the best in terms of politics. The best here means simply greatest balance of liberty, stability, prosperity, individual rights, collective cohesion, yeah. But the counterpart is precisely that by giving up on attempts to rationally search metaphysical religious truth, that's why they haven't produced any great philosopher until Whitehead, because the English, the Anglo-Saxons, they understand this very well, is that when someone starts to say, oh, I have the metaphysical truth, listen to me, etc., that's the political gateway towards oppression, political oppression. Yeah, yeah. That's why the English, they are so skeptical about God, like the French, but the Americans here, they are really different from the English, as far as I know, in the sense that partly, that's why they are partly, in a good sense, yeah, the historical Americans, the Puritan, they are partly insane because in a way, they have imported or they have exported England to the New World. So the historical Americans, they are partly, that's one of the insane aspects about America, but in the good sense, the Americans, they succeed somehow. The historical Americans, they succeed somehow at being very scientifically inclined, which is a legacy from the English. And here, the English and white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, although historically they have been the same, not mostly, but a lot, at least in the beginning, the first pilgrims, they come from the same root. So in a way, they are very similar, but there really is a difference that I understand between the English of England and the English who came to the New World and who partly have become the historical WASPs. There have been additions from other parts of Northern Europe, but here I'm talking about the white Americans with English roots. There really is an ideological difference in spite of the cultural, ethnic identity, is that those who left England for America, these were people who wanted to escape from political oppression, because in spite of the attempts of the English, there has been political oppression. The English have been historically the most tolerant, with the Netherlands, the most tolerant country in the world for a very long time, but the tolerance of the 17th, 18th, and 19th century is not the tolerance that we have in the 21st century, of course, for the good and for the bad. Yeah, but it was not completely loosened like it is in the modern West, but there was partly oppression, of course. Yeah, yeah. So the historical WASP partly they share the cultural legacy of the English in terms of science, but also a religious interest, one might say, that the historical English, although they might have preserved some families, some people, etc., but England has become a lot less theologically inclined than the English and the Scots and the Northern Europeans who left for the New World. Yeah, that's why the Americans, the white Americans here, I mean, they succeed in combining, sometimes within the same individual, sometimes within different groups within society, combining the most up-to-date, rigorous scientific method with sometimes religious belief, which can appear irrational to a lot of other European peoples. Yeah, they can. That's why America is the country of creationism and the most up-to-date Darwinian science. It's partly incompatible, but in the same country, there are people from the same ethnocultural group who have widely diverging beliefs, while being very similar nonetheless. Yeah. So, yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, so that was about the English. Yeah, by reading David. So yeah, the empirical reason why I have been so fascinated by what I call Anglo-Saxon science, first is because it's genuinely interesting. it's genuinely interesting most of the time because it's well done, and there are books on all topics, biology, physics, chemistry, and then evolutionary psychology. And even when they do economy, here in economics, it's much less interesting because here I have an Austrian perspective, but it's interesting nonetheless. There are books filled with data produced by Anglo-Saxon economists. It's not always very interesting because depending on how you interpret the data, you can have diverging interpretations which are sometimes completely off the point. That's really the negative aspect about the Anglo-Saxon mind. It's exemplified in someone like Gary Becker. Here, that's really Anglo-Saxon insanity. Gary Becker was not insane as an individual, but that's really when the Anglo-Saxon mind of empiricism, statistics, data, facts, quantification of everything, when it drifts away, it produces the kind of insanity that the economist, the free market economists, which are not Austrians, what they produce. Here it's really insanity, not clinical insanity, but it's intellectual insanity, namely people who really quantify everything, who consider, treat everything as a economic exchange. Well, yeah. Who treat everything mechanistically, quantify everything. Well, that's when the Anglo-Saxon, it doesn't happen very often on an individual level. The Anglo-Saxon, they tend to be less insane than sometimes the Germans, the French, or others. But when they become insane scientifically, that's really when they produce their books, which are when the English, they invest too much intellectual energy in finance, economics, etc. Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, so these kind of books, here I take as an example Evolutionary Psychology by David Booth. In a way, it's fascinating. It's genuinely interesting, but it's also fascinating because everything that he says is backed up by hypothesis, methodological check of if the hypothesis can be validated, experiment, sources, testing, etc. It's intelligent, it's complete. It's really an excellent book, which is just an illustration of the typical Anglo-Saxon method of doing science in the field here of evolutionary psychology. And the English, not the English, the Anglo-Saxons, they produce these kind of books on an industrial scale, one might say, and here that's a praise. They are capable of producing greatness in science like no other country or culture is capable of producing. Individual Frenchmen, or actually individuals from all countries who really are developed academic system, they can produce individually, they can produce books like these on all countries, precisely because the method is universal. The people, they can produce these kind of books in all countries where there are the economic and ideological conditions which enable the flourishing of science. Yeah, but the English, no, not the English, the Anglo-Saxons, because here it means partly the Americans, the Canadians, or the Australians, the New Zealanders, etc. So the Anglo-Saxons, not all Americans are Anglo-Saxons. I'm well aware of this. Not all Canadians, but here I'm talking about the Anglo-Saxon population of the former English colonies, former British colonies. Yeah. But of course, this method is universal, and people from all origins, all backgrounds, they can adopt it. Yeah, of course. But overwhelmingly, it tends to be the product of Anglo-Saxon people because partly it's the way they think, that's their culture, their tradition, etc. Yeah. So in a way, it's truly great. And it's fascinating. It's interesting in itself, but it's also fascinating when you come from a culture where people can assert all sorts of things without ever backing this up. Yeah. So in a way, it's really fascinating. But I have been reading Schopenhauer recently. And when you contrast Schopenhauer, it's just an example, but actually no, here it's specifically Schopenhauer with the best of what Anglo-Saxon science can produce. What Anglo-Saxon produces, what Anglo-Saxon science produces is really great. It's really great. But what a great German philosopher produces in terms of intellectual production, in terms of work, it cannot be compared. And here I'm not. It's really different. The Germans, Schopenhauer, that's an illustration, but actually there are others. He does something which is, in a way, it's completely different. That's really where the French, the Anglo-Saxons, and the Germans, they are very different culturally. Their philosophers, their intellectuals, their scientists, their thinkers, they are really different. There are partly connections because there have been historically a lot of French intellectuals who admired the English, some of them who admired the Germans, a lot of them who admired the German. There have been Germans who admired the French, Germans who admired or copied the English. There have been English who admired the French and or the Germans, etc. So it's a triangle throughout the history of the West over the past 500 years at least, which has been very fertile. Yeah, but I've been thinking about this because I've really started to read Schopenhauer. I had never read except a few words here and there, but um, in my view, there are, I would say, half a dozen German metaphysicians who are exceptional in a way. If I had to simplify, Leibniz, Kant, Fichte, Schelling, Hegel, Nietzsche, Heidegger. Leibniz, Kant, Fichte, Schelling, Hegel, Nietzsche. So that's 7. But precisely, so these are top tier German thinkers. And I've tended to classify Schopenhauer unconsciously as outside of this group of the greatest German thinkers. But I've been reading Schopenhauer, and the second, yeah, as I envisioned, it's not. It can partly change, but as I envision this, there is the first circle of German intellectual heavyweights. If I here I cannot make an accurate judgment because I would have to read really thoroughly. But if I had to that the purpose here, again, like what I said with Whitehead earlier, it's not to be taken seriously as such, although it's partly relevant. But if I had to classify, I would say Hegel number 1, Kant and Leibniz. But actually, Nietzsche is very important, but Nietzsche is kind of different. Within the 7 that I've listed, Nietzsche is kind of apart, although he's very important as well, but he does something differently than all the others. Everyone is unique, yeah, but the most, because there are the most influentials, there are the most brilliant, and here Leibniz, in a way that's weird because Leibniz might be maybe one of the 5 greatest individual geniuses in terms of intelligence and knowledge, maybe one of the 5 greatest geniuses ever. But the problem of Leibniz is that he hasn't been very influential in comparison with his absolute individual genius, because he has been excellent at everything, but there are very few ideas which are really standing apart. So Leibniz, in a way, that's maybe he was too intelligent for his own good. Yeah, but yeah. So here, the part here, I will not talk about the German philosopher for very long. But if you had to compare Leibniz and Kant, as an individual man, Leibniz was more brilliant than Kant. But as a philosopher, Kant has been much more influential and in a way much more prominent and much more important in a way. Yeah. So the Trinity would be Hegel, Kant, and Nietzsche. Here, that's a personal opinion, but actually, Fichte and Schelling, they are in the continuity of Kant, and also they prepare Hegel, but also they are unique, etc. And Heidegger, it's kind of different. Yeah, but yeah, and then if you had to add a second circle, just not below, but around or after, I don't know exactly, there would be Jakob Böhm, Meister Eckhart, in chronological order, Meister Eckhart, Jakob Böhm, Schopenhauer, precisely. On a even less influential level, there would be Stirner, Frege, Gottlob Frege. He has been very influential, but in a way, of course, he was German, but in a way, he was not a philosopher, as the German understand this. He was an Anglo-Saxon thinker, although he was German, but Frege has been very influential on logic, modern logic, and Anglo-Saxon philosophy indirectly. He has influenced Wittgenstein, Russell, partly Wittgenstein, and the Circle of Vienna. So he has been very influential indirectly or posthumously, one might say. But he's German empirically, but philosophically he's not a philosopher in the way that the German understand this. Yeah. So yeah, and there are other Wolff in the 18th century, the guy who influenced Kant a lot. Yeah. But yeah, precisely by reading Schopenhauer, that I maybe naively believe that he did not belong to the top 7 that are listed: Leibniz, Kant, Fichte, Schelling, Hegel, Nietzsche, Heidegger. But actually, in a way, he belongs with them because he's an exceptional thinker. And these kind of thinkers, if Schopenhauer was the main thinker of a given country other than Germany, he would be a very prominent and very renowned philosopher, because what he says is exceptionally brilliant in a way. But in a way, he's being overshadowed in a way. He lives in the shadow of all the other extremely brilliant German thinkers, so that's why he doesn't shine a lot. but it's not of any fault of his own. It's just because he happens to be a German philosopher. And when you study German philosophy as such, you begin with Kant, Hegel, Nietzsche, Leibniz, eventually Fichte, Schelling, Heidegger, etc., etc. And in a way, he suffers, and he talks about this. He complains about this. He's a little bit jealous, no, but he suffers from being in the shadow of others. And here, the Germans, they have a tendency to trash talk each other throughout the centuries. In their writings, they trash talk one another. Sometimes Sometimes it's tongue in cheek, like Nietzsche. Sometimes it's a little bit bitter, like Schopenhauer. Or, yeah, but, uh, yeah, yeah. But yeah, just to explain, um, what someone like Schopenhauer does in his main book, it's exceptional. And this kind of production, very few, very few countries produce thinkers like this or like this. Yeah, and yeah, and sure. I'm just thinking about this. I'm not personally. I'm not fascinated by tennis, but what happened over the past 20 years with Federer, Nadal, Djokovic, in a way, there have been people who individually, I'm not an expert in the history of tennis, but as far as I know, each of them might be, under certain aspect, considered to be the greatest tennis player ever. The problem for the three of them is that they appeared broadly, more or less, with maybe 5 years of difference at the same time. So Federer had, as far as I know, become the greatest tennis player ever, and then a few years later, Nadal became the most successful. And in a way, here I will not talk about tennis, but in a way, under certain aspects, Nadal is the best under certain aspects. As far as I know, Djokovic is the best on certain aspects as well, and Federer as well. So all the three of them, they are the best on certain aspects, but then there are debates here. It's not the purpose to discuss. But basically, what happened is that the three, probably, or undoubtedly the three greatest tennis players ever, they appeared at the same time. And in the realm of German philosophy, the problem for the Germans is that in the matter of a few decades, there was Kant, and then Fichte, Schelling, Hegel, and then Schopenhauer. It happened broadly in the matter of 40 years, their main works, and there had been before Leibniz, and later there would be Nietzsche, Heidegger, etc. But it happened at the same time, so in a way it was too much brilliance at the same time, and that's why someone like Fichte or Schelling or Schopenhauer haven't had the recognition that in a way they deserve, because they were put in the shadow first of Kant and then of Hegel. Yeah, yeah. And I thought about this recently to try to illustrate. I have not followed soccer for many years. Uh, I haven't watched a game of soccer for more than 10 years, as far as I can say. But I have, as an empirical individual, vaguely a culture about soccer because at some moment I was interested in this. But um, the Italians in football, I would say football, but soccer means European football. Yeah, but I would say football. The Italians in football, probably here I will not talk about football as well, but probably they are the greatest in terms of the ability to produce great teams on a club level, great teams on a national level, the Italian national team, great individual players, and great managers. Here, I will not talk about football as well, but maybe, probably, as far as I know, Italy, if you had to combine these aspects, namely over the long term, the ability to perform in international tournaments on a national level, namely, in the case of Italy, the Euro and the World Cup, the ability of the clubs of the country to perform on an international level, namely the Champions League, the ability to produce great individual players over the centuries, the century, if we think that football is more or less 100 years old as it developed, etc. It's slightly longer, but yeah. The ability to develop great players, great exceptional individual players, and great managers, Italy probably is the greatest if we combine all these characteristics. And the Italian managers in the realm of football, they are probably the equivalent of the German metaphysicians. As far as I know, here I haven't followed. As far as I know, the greatest football manager is a Scot, Sir Alex Ferguson. On certain aspects, of course, he's the best, but there are in other aspects, others are better. Yeah, but he's the best on some aspects. It cannot be denied. But I don't know what the latest beliefs are. Some believe that it's maybe Guardiola or Arrigo Sacchi or here I don't know because yeah, but officially it's Sir Alex for his long-lasting achievement with one football club, etc. But maybe it's considered to be because there are those who are the most successful, those who are successful in various clubs, those who are revolutionaries in terms of influence. Sometimes there are those who are extremely influential, but they do not have as much success as others. There are those who have a lot of success in terms of trophies, competition won, etc. But they are not very influential in terms of tactics, innovation, etc. So yeah, it's difficult, etc. But maybe, probably, officially, it's Sir Alex Ferguson. But then in terms of strictly in other aspects, there are others who individually might be better on some aspects, like the tennismen, etc. But in terms of countries, Italy, that's the problem here. I've thought about it. There's an analogy between, there's a parallel between the Italian football managers and the German philosopher, in the sense that the Italians in football, they have produced so many great managers. I have not checked my culture about this for a long time, but Arrigo Sacchi, Trapattoni, Fabio Capello, Marcello Lippi, Carlo Ancelotti, and others. Yeah, so the Italians, they have consistently produced great football managers, and in a sense, it's very difficult to exist as an individual achiever in the realm of Italian football as a manager, because there is so much greatness. And in the realm of German philosophy, that's the same. It's very difficult to be a unique German philosopher because there is so much greatness. So, in a way, those who are living in the shadow of others, in a history of philosophy, that's Schopenhauer. He's an exceptional philosopher, but in a way, like Fichte, in a certain aspect, he's not very well known. I mean, he's not very famous in a way among those who have a philosophical culture. I mean, Schopenhauer is very well known, but he's not as uh, renowned as he might be in different circumstances, precisely because the competition within his own particular field, namely German philosopher, is so intense that it's very difficult. Like being a great football manager, if you are Italian, it's very difficult because there are so many other greats. And the average German philosopher, in a way, it is a status which confer some sort of an aura of prestige because of the historical tradition. And the same goes with the average Anglo-Saxon scientist, because there have been so many great, influential Anglo-Saxon scientists over the ages. Newton, before that, William Harvey, Adam Smith was a Scot, yeah. Darwin, of course. Lyell in geology, James Clerk Maxwell. There have been so many who have been extremely influential. Darwin and Newton have been two of the most influential scientists ever, and both happen to be English. That in a way, it's very difficult to shine as an Anglo-Saxon scientist because the competition of the past great men is so fierce that it's very difficult to exist independently because of the weight of the tradition. Yeah, and the same goes for the German philosophers or the Greek philosophers. In a way, there were so many Greek geniuses in a very short amount of time that it's very difficult. There are a lot of geniuses who are famous in a way, but whose influence has been kind of overshadowed by Plato and Aristotle, basically. Yes, so the Greek philosophers, the German philosophers, the Anglo-Saxon scientists, the Italian football managers. There are many other aspects. It could be found in a lot of fields of human achievement. Yeah, but I thought about this, the parallel between Italian football managers and the average Italian football manager for a very long time was considered to be very competent and even a mediocre, and here mediocre is not derogatory, but an average competent Italian football manager in a way has always carried with him prestige but also success, the average, yeah, that very few other nationalities can pride themselves in having, and the same goes with the average Anglo-Saxon scientist. Yeah, there are some fields of achievement in certain cultures where mediocrity, here in the normal sense of the average, mediocrity is excellent. Yeah, yeah. And the same could be said about football players or basketball players in the NBA, or actually in most fields. But yeah, I just thought about this. Yeah. Okay. So here I will just make comments. I was supposed to record a video for my long-time subscribers, but yeah. One of the problems, it's not really a problem, but it's a problem that I've encountered. There are so many interesting things, actually, to study, to visit, to experience. There are so many things which are fascinating. And here I just take an example. If uh, uh, if you had one book, that's a way of talking. But if you had one book to study, if you had the work of Schopenhauer, there is enough. I've just read a few parts, a few dozens of pages, but I already know that there is enough mind-blowing insights on every page for a lifetime of study. But the problem is that the same is true of Nietzsche, Heidegger, Fichte, Schelling, Leibniz, Kant, Jacob Böhm, Meister Eckhart, Hegel, etc., etc., etc. And the same is true of every field of knowledge. And the same is true of a lot of modern public intellectuals. Yeah. I will just drink a glass of water. Yeah. So I will talk now about. I just talked randomly about things that I had in mind, but I will now talk about my personal development for the long-time subscribers. Uh, I talked briefly what happened between August, September 2016 and January 2018. And what happened? I will not explain everything, but I remember December 2017. I had powerful spiritual experiences. And I understood intuitively, vaguely, that what I was, the answers maybe that I was searching, I had already explored a lot of topics, and I remember thinking that I had to explore the realm of quantum physics, Hinduism, and German idealism. So that's just to illustrate the pace of development. For 18 months approximately, I discovered new knowledge about not only new topics but new knowledge at an extremely fast pace. and there was so much information so fast. Yeah, and what happened in a way, I I explored in broadly 18 months all the thoughts, not empirically and not in an exhaustive way, but the broad tendency, all the thoughts that the greatest minds had had. So all the thoughts that all humans had, because usually the greatest minds they express the greatest questions and sometimes the answers to some questions that most humans ask themselves. Not only philosophers, but writers, poets, scientists. So the great thinkers, whether they do philosophy, science, poetry, literature, or even music in a way, or politics, or any endeavor, or religious reformers, or religious thinkers, they either formulate questions that most humans either they don't ask themselves or they ask themselves but not in a they are not capable of formulating. That's here, that's just an anecdote. That's why Die Kritik der reinen Vernunft tries to answer a question, first to formulate the question: how are a priori synthetic judgments possible? That's kind of one of the comical aspects of German philosophy. The kind of question that the German asks themselves and the way they formulate this. And I understand why a lot of the overwhelming majority of people, even those who have the opportunity, economic, cultural, intellectual, etc., to study these topics, they are not even interested because the philosophers, and especially the Germans, they formulate the questions and they answer the questions in such a way that it's unintelligible for the overwhelming majority of people, but not because they try to be overly complex. It's because very often complex questions complex questions deserve to be asked, and complex answers are the way of trying to answer complex questions. So yeah, philosopher here. That's from the book How to Read a Book by Mortimer J. Adler. Philosophers are simply people who ask enduring, profound, uh, universal questions that humans, when they think, ask themselves, but the philosophers of all countries, all eras, have just formulated these questions more thoroughly and have tried to bring answers in a rational way, whereas religions have expressed this through revelation, metaphors, images, etc., etc. Yeah. And what artists have tried to express aesthetically. Yeah. So yeah. So here, my personal development. What happened to me in January 2018? Well, I don't remember exactly, but the overall tendency. I had a depressing experience, one might say. Yeah. I got broken, one might say, and somehow I recovered. But um, yeah, and um, well, I've lost the mood to talk about. I kept evolving. I will not tell the story again because precisely if you are among those who have been following me for a long time, I've talked about this very often, variously. My development, well, um, yeah. I remember probably January 2018. I discovered a truth about poetry, the cosmic, mystical in a way aspect of poetry that I formulated in my own words of how I could formulate this back then, 5.5 years ago. And then I discovered uh, that Heidegger had expressed in his own words the same truth about poetry. So I remember it was a moment of, I would say, of pride. I don't know, but I felt kind of proud because I had found by myself the view of Heidegger. I did not know a lot about Heidegger. Knew he was a great philosopher, and I hadn't read a lot. And I still haven't read a lot about Heidegger because I haven't had the opportunity to read a lot about most of the people that I've been interested in because of time limitation. But I remember that I had found with my own experience, my own words, what on the limited topic of poetry Heidegger expressed. Yeah, yeah. And then um, a few months later, I started to think and to formally think like Hegel. Yeah. What happened for in a very short amount of time, in 18 months, but it became in a way more intense with each passing month, especially at the end of 2017, early 2018. So much information, intellectual, spiritual experiences, an enormous amount of spiritual knowledge in a way, in the broadest sense, with spiritual experiences in a very short amount of time. So in a way, it was extremely intense, and yeah. There's a song by Muse, Newborn. Uh, you've seen too much, too young. Yeah. and that's part of my personal, some of my personal features. Um, I have gathered an enormous amount of knowledge, and in a way, from an individual level, it has been psychologically impossible to assimilate thoroughly, completely all the knowledge that I have accumulated because there was too much. Yeah. That's why I keep, in a way, revisiting the same ideas. For I have been doing this for years and years, but precisely because here it's intensity and extension. It's like having an enormously dense amount of information and intensities, extension, etc. So it takes time and reflection and meditation in the sense of thinking to extend very intense um, experiences, intellectual, spiritual, etc. So yeah, yeah, and about information precisely. Um, for many years of my life, many years, I have lived as, in a way, as a information gathering entity. I have spent many years of my life uh, doing nothing except the daily necessities of eating, sleeping, hygiene, a little bit of exercise, etc., to maintain a bodily function, I say. But other than that, I have spent many years of my life studying, studying. Yeah, we are in the year 2023. I started awakening intellectually in the sense of just gathering knowledge in 2013 after 4 years of well, and for 10 years, even when my level of consciousness was significantly lowered because I had accumulated too much information and I needed to slow down to come back to earth, I might say. That these are the couple of years, 2020, 2021, when I had disconnected myself from the spiritual, not the scientific, but the spiritual knowledge that I had gathered simply because in the year 2019, um, I tried to communicate my spiritual knowledge from April to December 2019, so for 8 months basically. I spent the overwhelming majority of my time between trying to re-educate my body, learning back how to walk after having broken my back and my feet. So I spent 5 months in re-education in a hospital, learning how to walk again, while trying to gather information, reading Hegel many hours a day each day, and sharing information. And in December 2019, I had reached a point where maybe it had become too much in a sense that I kind of I stopped what I was doing because it has been completely fruitless in a way. And I had shared everything that I believed I had to share, could share with my limited knowledge. So yeah, uh, that's when I unplugged. That's not consciously, but actually I disconnected from my spiritual life that I had experienced for 2.5 years between August 2017 and 2019, actually. My first spiritual experience, and then broadly 2.5 years later, or slightly less, but yeah, because I had been through physical difficulty, one might say, having to reconstruct my my body in a way, and trying to assimilate all the knowledge, trying to being re-socialized, partly having to interact slightly more with other humans, trying to adapt my views with the ordinary views of ordinary people. So the shock had been tremendous in a way. So I had to, yeah. And 2020, 2021, I had no spiritual consciousness whatsoever, simply because uh, it was too much too fast. It had left me in a difficult physical, psychological, social position, one might say. So for 2 years, 2020 and 2021, I had no spiritual consciousness. I was still scientifically inclined, but I lowered my level of consciousness. I stopped caring about philosophy in the theological sense, about religion, spirituality. I limited myself to an Anglo-Saxon level of consciousness, namely reading books about science, economics, about history, historical knowledge, etc. I kept studying intensely while studying for social purposes of being socially integrated, trying to get a diploma, which I got very successfully. I was very dedicated, but I had a normal life of someone trying to fit into society. Yeah, and I stopped this in February 2022. Things were really good. And if I had really a singular level of consciousness, thinking of myself as just an isolated individual, things were starting to become really good. I was successful socially. I started to go to church with the intention of becoming a good Protestant. Yeah, and then of course the events uh, in Ukraine, I understood that I had to recover my former knowledge that I had forgotten or left aside because of the burden, the complexity, the overwhelming aspect, which had kind of crushed me physically, intellectually, psychologically, in a way. So, but I understood that I had to intervene, and I have been consistently been dedicated to producing content for the past 20 months. And here I intend to talk about my psychological development, precisely since psychological, intellectual, spiritual, individual development since February 2022. I have spent most of my days studying, and the videos that I share, they are the result of my experience and my study. And yeah, so I try to find the truth, which means gather information, systematize, order, clarify, classify. I have to learn the truth, practice the truth ethically, but also share the truth. And learning, having to learn while having to share with others, when you know that you don't know really, there are a lot of things you don't know that you yourself you don't understand. It's very difficult to share with others. Plus the problems of daily life, plus the problems of there are things that are true, but that people don't want to hear. There are things that are true, but people don't understand. There is the epistemological aspect, then there is the psychological aspect, namely there is the knowledge, and then there is the psychological determinations of others and of the self. What amount of truth are you capable of understanding from an intellectual standpoint? That's the first problem, what I talked earlier in the video. But then there is what amount of truth are you capable of carrying, of taking psychologically. Not all people have the same psychological capacity for understanding the same truth, just from a psychological standpoint. There are those who don't understand the truth, those who are not interested, and those who cannot cope with the weight of the truth. And I don't blame them, because there have been moments, and there are still moments, where truth is really heavy, really difficult to carry, really difficult. Yeah, so I have to deal with everything on an individual level while trying to gather universal knowledge in the sciences and philosophy, while following the news, having to interact with the entire world potentially when I speak publicly in my videos, having to interact with empirical people in my daily life, having to solve my own psychological problems as an individual. All of this constantly, I have to try to be consistent with what I believe in order for consistency to occur between what I say and what I do. I try to be consistent. Yeah. So I try to play fair, not because I don't know, not because I'm good, but because it's fair in a sense. That's the Kantian view. I try to treat others, at least those who have been following me consistently, or those who might potentially watch my videos. I try to give them the greatest amount of good pieces of advice, because that's how I think more and more. Sometimes you would like to be helped when you are in difficult situation. You would be glad if there were either people or pieces of information or conditions which might help you. So I try to treat others as I would like to be treated. Namely, I try to be honest, but also to say intelligent things, but also to give them good pieces of advice, while knowing that I have shifts in mood, while sometimes it's difficult. So I try to share objective knowledge which might help others independently of me as a psychological being, good pieces of advice, good references, with others who might help them independently of me as an individual. Yeah, like the knowledge that I find on the internet, in a way, it helps me a lot. Or in books, it helps me a lot. And those who produce this knowledge, they have no consciousness that they are helping me as an individual, because they don't know me. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, and what I've been doing. For the first month of 2022, since I started communicating publicly, I have spent most of my days from the end of February until the month of July or August, most of my days studying logic, speculative logic. Yeah, it has taught me a lot, but here I will talk about my development for those who have followed me variously at various moments, or consistently, more or less. Um, yeah, I'm not certain because things happen so fast that I do not have the time to find the truth, practice the truth, share the truth, and think about my own development and think about what I produce. Here, the analogy with football is useful as well. Football managers, in a way, they are caught in their job. They have to perform every week. They have games to play. So that's the problem with great football managers. I mean, they have to rewatch their own games, but usually they do not have the time. That's one of the problems. They do not have the time to sit back and to look back on the things that they do when they do great. Yeah, that's a good aspect about negativity in a sense of differentiation. I think about someone like Guardiola. Here it's just an opinion, but my favorite manager, I've not been interested in soccer for many years, but back then it was Guardiola. Uh, the problem with Guardiola is that, in a way, he, as far as I know, he has consistently produced excellence or very good results or even greatness. But the problem is that he doesn't get the opportunity to enjoy the fruits of his own labor. If I were if I were really an expert in football with tactical knowledge, which I'm not. I have vaguely a culture about football because many years ago, in the days when, for a few years, I watched a lot of football and not necessarily watch, but I was interested in the statistical, historical aspect. Yeah, my mind was already, even when I was really dumb, my mind was already, that's my autistic self that now retrospectively I understand. I needed to focus my mind on intellectual endeavors, and I was already in a mood to classify, order, structure, study, analyze, etc. It was a topic which was not fascinating from an intellectual standpoint when you compare with the rest of the sciences, but back then, with my limited empirical existence, yeah, but yeah, so if you are really interested in soccer or in any sport, but watching great games, the great achievements when teams, when they play really well, when they really produce great collective plays, great games, great plays, it's really interesting to watch, to study. And the problem with the great managers like Guardiola is that they do not have the opportunity to appreciate football from the point of view of someone who just wants to observe and just want to enjoy great achievements. That's one of the problems. Those who are caught in the game, they cannot afford psychologically they cannot afford just to sit back and to appreciate their own sport because they have to constantly produce, etc. That's one of the problems. Yeah. What was I saying? Yeah. So why was I talking about this? Yeah. So for many months, I spend most of my day studying fanatically because I was trying to solve problems, very difficult problems. So, and it's, I think, here it's not necessarily accurate, but as far as I can remember, in June 2022, so after probably 3.5 months of intense studying and trying to share the greatest amount of information, I never, on an empirical level, up until that moment, I never believed that on an empirical level as an individual, I would have anything interesting to say simply because most of my knowledge came from books written by other authors. So I just repeated what interesting thinkers had said. And I didn't think that I had anything interesting as an individual to say. And here, that's one of my problems that I have already talked about sometimes, that if I had to simplify, I started to accumulate knowledge in 2013. Academic knowledge mostly between 2013 and 2016 because I tried to make up for my lack of education. So I gathered high school knowledge, but really in a thorough way. I studied thoroughly with the mind of a 21 years old when it started, who was really interested in accumulating knowledge because I had been deprived for 4 years for the reason that I dropped out of high school. But I started in a way a new education at 21 years old with the mindset of someone who really wanted to learn, study, acquire knowledge. Uh, and to do this really seriously, I was fascinated. I was interested in that, and I really studied in a thorough way for 3 years to acquire competence in knowledge, in high school level knowledge, but also starting to explore philosophy, history, economics on my own. Yeah. So I really studied thoroughly for 3 years. And then in 2016, I awakened intellectually by studying topics which I had never explored back then, namely first the right wing and then all the topics of the sciences, sociobiology, libertarianism, economics, paganism, spirituality, the question of IQ, the history from an alternative perspective, and all the topics that I have been studying. Yeah, but I have accumulated an enormous amount of knowledge since 2013. And because of my social isolation for many, many years, and in a way it still is the case because I do not talk to a lot of people, but uh, I actually I left society at age 17 while being relatively not dumb, but in terms of IQ, the IQ is stable usually from teenage years up until very late in life for most people, to the extent that it's a reliable indicator of intelligence. There are limitations, of course, but it's partly relevant. So I was not dumb in a sense of intellectually dumb, but I was not very knowledgeable because here I will not talk about my psychology and personal history. That's not the purpose. But basically, I was not a brilliant student in high school because I had my mind focused on other things. Yes, so but then in 2013 I started to study thoroughly, seriously, spending most of my days for 10 years now, studying fanatically, but especially between 2013 and 2000. Actually, no, it has been the case for 10 years, studying most of my days. And I have never realized that I could say interesting things. That's one of my problem as an empirical individual, because I have very rarely had the opportunity to talk to others. And when I did, I have very few feedback, either in my not here, not in my individual life as an empirical individual in my day-to-day life, or when I've been speaking publicly. And here, those who have been following me, they should understand it because I have published an enormous amount of videos and I have received very few comments. I'm not asking for comments, but I just noticed that I have produced an enormous amount of content with very, very few feedback. So in a way, I have been talking a lot. Not. I mean, in a way, yes, but I'm not a very talkative person in a sense that I can remain quiet and silent. Most of my days, I don't speak. And yeah, but sometimes when I start to speak like this, I can speak a lot for a long time. But uh, it's partly, it's partly. This is one of the reasons why I talk so much sometimes in some of my videos, simply because I have rarely the opportunity to talk to anyone. So when I do, I talk a lot. Maybe that's my bad French side to talk too much, maybe or not. I don't know, but I talk so rarely actually that sometimes to I haven't done this for a long time, but make really a long video where I simply talk. Uh, yeah, because I have rarely the opportunity to talk to anyone. So yeah, yeah. So it has taken me an enormous amount of time to realize that actually some of the things that I say are interesting because empirically, especially during the 2 years where I was disconnected and re-socialized in a way. So 2020 and 2021, I was in a process of being re-socialized while being very introvert, not talking a lot, but I have started to talk to a few persons already in 2019 in hospital, etc. But I rarely talk because I'm not much of a spontaneous. I don't talk to people a lot because I'm an introvert and I prefer to remain silent most of the time. Here I speak a lot in my videos because I feel that's not the purpose of this specific video, but in most of my videos I speak because I feel a sense of duty of having to share knowledge, but otherwise I'm a very introvert person, like I guess a lot of autistic people. I don't talk a lot, but yeah. But I have had very few feedbacks, and that's why here that's really autism in a way. It has taken me a long time to realize that actually I can say very interesting things, and here I explain for those who have been following me the reason why I believed for a long time that I had nothing interesting to say. It's simply because here that's the problem with high intelligence, and here it's not to brag because there is no need to brag about this because precisely it's determined culturally, psychologically, etc. So being taking pride in one's own quantitative level of intelligence, it's stupid because by the time you acquire your IQ, in a way it's more or less stabilized. You have had no responsibility in shaping your IQ as an empirical individual. It's the result of partly the genetic legacy, partly the cultural environment, of which by the time you are in your early teens or teenage years, you have had zero influence over as an empirical individual. So yeah, bragging about being quantitatively smart is stupid because it should neither be a source of pride nor or shame because there is no responsibility whatsoever. Yeah. But then the smart thing to say is that promoting policies which increase or decrease the knowledge about IQ or about intelligence, or who increase or decrease the IQ, then it's different. Yeah, yeah. But otherwise, people they ought to have neither shame nor pride in their quantitative level of intelligence because it's completely determined. It's a bell-shaped curve, so there is no need to neither brag nor to feel inferior whatsoever. It's just how things are. Yeah. But one aspect of being intelligent and having a culture that eventually I've acquired for the years is that I'm aware that most of the most intelligent things about most topics have already been said. Not all of them, because there are discoveries in all fields, but most of really interesting things have already been said. That's why it took me a very long time to realize this. Yeah, and for many months in the first half of 2022, the first half of my productive publicly communicating endeavors. I have had mood shifts. I've talked about this very often that I did not show in my videos because I just recorded videos at some moments, but psychologically there have been very difficult moments, but uh, not because I became insane individually. It's simply because I am affected by the events of the world, and yeah. So, but I have developed over time, and in the year 2023, it has improved greatly. Namely, I am more and more capable of being more composed in a way. I still have sometimes moments where I have partly breakdowns psychologically, but I have become more and more stable psychologically. And I still have moments where I'm a little bit regressive in the sense of uh, I'm a little bit frustrated. And here I will talk about my intellectual development precisely. What I mean by being regressive, here Nietzsche, that's the proof of what I said just earlier. Nietzsche, for instance, he formulated poetically, intelligently most of what could be said intelligently. He says somewhere, when we are tired, we are attacked by ideas that we conquered long ago. So what I mean by being regressive intellectually means to have to struggle against ideas that I have conquered long ago. Sometimes it happens, and here I will say in really interesting things. I thought about this just before making the video. For the people who have really a spiritual life, and here spiritual means intellectual, psychological, and spiritual development. It's not the case of everyone because the majority of humans they are stuck in an ideological box and they remain there for most of their life because of religion, peer pressure, or inertia for various reasons. Yeah, but those who evolve intellectually, psychologically, spiritually, and grow, etc., life can be envisioned as um, trying to heal the wounds. Most humans, all humans who live long enough, they get wounded one way or another, psychologically, physically, emotionally, spiritually, etc., etc. That's the difficult aspect of life. You have to try to cope or to limit or to overcome the wounds, but intellectually and spiritually, to grow and to develop means precisely to no longer be hurt by past wounds. And to improve psychologically means precisely to heal, namely to no longer be affected by things which affected you in the past. And the more you progress and you improve psychologically, the more you heal in the sense that you are no longer affected by ideas that might have troubled you in the earlier stages of your development. Yeah. And in this sense, psychologically, over the years, I have overcome an enormous amount of intellectual and psychological problems. There are a lot of things which at some moment in my development used to piss me off sometimes, which no longer do. But I have some regressive moments sometimes. I work very hard to try to heal precisely. And here I will say things that I already said at some moment, but um, there was a moment in my spiritual development in, I would say, June 2018. May 2018 was a lot of things happened intellectually, spiritually, emotionally, psychologically, but I was converted to Christianity in May 2018. And in June, a lot of things happened as well because 2018 has been a tremendously rich intellectually and spiritually year. But in June 2018, or in the weeks following my conversion, uh, I I became, in a way, self-righteous because I believe that I had whatever spirits on my side, and I became self-righteous, which is it's here Nietzsche was clear-minded. In a way, I became uh, evil. In a way, there are various definitions of evil, but I became evil in the sense that I believe that I was self-righteous religiously, and therefore I had the moral right to 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 in a way to punish others, and those that I had in mind back then, June 2018, these were, here I will laugh about this now, partly because I had been converted to Christianity. I identified with Protestantism for various reasons. So the entities that I was pissed off against back then were the Catholic Church and the white leftist. Actually, the Catholic Church historically, but actually the modern church in modern Western society, that's the left, the liberal left. Not all leftists, but the academics, the journalists, the moralizing, the church. Actually, it's not the official church. Most of them, they are not Catholic, but they represent, they embody what the church, not as the official institution, although it was partly the case, but they embody a form of church, namely they are the priests who tell you constantly, this is wrong, you are a sinner, repent, etc., etc. You are. They put guilt. They poison you with guilt constantly. Yeah. And I was pissed off against them, and I felt that I was self-righteous because I had just been converted, and now I had a religious fanaticism, really in the negative sense. And I understood very quickly that actually it was evil. When you believe yourself to be self-righteous, to be in a morally superior position, and somehow you are allowed to judge others, that's precisely, here that's dialectics, but in a good sense, Nietzsche was clear-minded about it. That's precisely when you become evil. When you think that you are good and that you have the moral legitimacy to judge others and to punish others, that's precisely when you become evil. Yeah, and that's an aspect that I experienced for a few weeks at this moment, June 2018, and I don't like this. I don't like this about myself, and I don't like this. Nietzsche says somewhere, very clear-minded, very relevant, very intelligent. That's the greatness of Nietzsche. He says somewhere, beware of those in which the urge to punish is great. If someone feels a need to punish while being self-righteous, which is actually what the left does most of the time, because they have the moral high ground and they can downgrade white people, especially right-wing whites, because of the wrongs of the past. Yeah, and precisely the people who believe that they are self-righteous, that they have goodness on their side, very often they delude themselves or they delude and deceive others. So yeah, yeah. And here that's really one of the difficulties of psychological and spiritual growth is that precisely when you believe that you are self-righteous, that you are in your moral right to judge other. I'm not saying that of course there are a lot of situations where people they really have the moral legitimacy to judge others, namely when competent, serious, intelligent people, when they judge others, but not to downgrade them, but simply to put them back on the right path. Of course, in this sense, is good. But self-righteousness, in a sense that in the modern world, that's the moralizing left. Those who believe that they are superior, what Hegel calls the beautiful soul, maybe those who believe that they are morally pure and they are above all the others and they have a righteousness to downgrade, etc. White, liberal, highly educated leftists, they are very good at doing this. That's why I was pissed off against them. Yeah. Yeah. And in evolutionary psychology, precisely, David Booth explained that there is an aspect of the evolutionary brain which humans it's not a very pleasant aspect of the human psyche, but it exists. They are partly programmed to precisely to experience self-righteousness on a chemical level when they punish the wrongdoers. Yeah. So it's partly sadistic. It partly exists when you feel good about punishing others. Maybe you believe that you are doing good, but actually that's precisely evil. Actually, yeah. But that's how it is. So I experienced this for a few weeks at this moment, and I know that it's wrong. It's wrong. Yeah, and I have overcome at this moment. I have overcome an enormous amount of wounds in the sense I have conquered a lot of ideas. There are a lot of things which don't piss me off any longer. I have healed many. I have improved a lot psychologically. Uh, how should I explain this? Because precisely, uh, to grow in wisdom is to try to reduce precisely the negative psychological feelings to the greatest extent possible to reach mastery, to not get pissed off and angry and to not to not be negative psychologically. Of course, that's the difficulty, but precisely if doing good and being good and wise and fair and just and mature and wise, actually, if it consists precisely in overcoming the negative psychological tendency, it means that they exist and that the good precisely comes from the ability to overcome them. That's the unity of the positive and the negative. Being good or becoming good or doing good consists in overcoming bad or evil. Yeah, yeah. And of course, all the negative affects, uh, anger, arrogance, greed, either the sins or what is historically classified as sins by the Catholic Church, or the negative affects, envy, jealousy, resentment, uh, anger, etc., etc. Arrogance, disdain, contempt, etc., etc. They have to be overcome, of course. And being wise, actually, it consists in. It doesn't mean to be perfect. It doesn't mean to be a Catholic saint. Here, I will praise the Catholics. I don't do this very often, but I have healed my wounds with the Catholic Church. That's okay. That's okay. Uh, some people at some moment they might ask yourself, but what is your problem with the Catholic Church? The problem is that I identify as a Protestant very often, and the the problem with the Catholic Church is the same as with the sophist in a classical Athens, the modern left, the Communist Party, or the thought police in all totalitarian regimes, or the whatever. It's just the institution who wants to control your thoughts, tell you what is right and wrong, what you have the right to think, etc., etc. Yeah, and in the history of Europe, the institution which has held this power for the longest time has been the Catholic Church. Yeah. But the Catholic Church in Soviet Russia, that was the Communist Party. In National Socialist Germany, that was the propaganda, the political police, etc., etc. It exists in all society. There is always an agency which wants to control the minds and hearts of people and to punish them and to, yeah. There can be, of course, a regulating aspect for the good. It's good to have guiding entities in a society who promote virtuous behaviors. But the problem, of course, is that precisely when you believe that you have a monopoly on virtue and goodness, you easily become corrupt. Yeah. But of course, if you have no, that's always the problem. If you have no entity who tells you what is right and wrong, you are kind of lost. Which actually, it's not the case in modern Western society. Precisely, the church in the modern West, these are the leftist scholars, leftist politicians, leftist journalists who have the moral high ground. They tell you what is right, what is wrong, etc. And of course, when you grow in independence of mind, this entity, it's a little bit annoying. Yeah, 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 yeah. Uh, I make great efforts to try to be intelligent and knowledgeable, and also to be wise, which is difficult, but precisely my process is that for a very long time, I tried to be knowledgeable because I believed how should I explain this? Actually, that's what I've been doing for many years. What they call sometimes salvation through gnosis, namely to abolish, to erase suffering and evil by using knowledge, precisely because here that's a Spinozian view, but actually it's kind of relevant. The more you come to know the world, how it works, how the events are causally chained, the more, actually that's the Spinozian view, but actually it's kind of intelligent, the more you think scientifically, the more you come to rationalize reality, namely to understand that things occur because of causality, which alleviates the emotional attachment that you invest in events, precisely because you understand that things are determined. Therefore, the purpose, first, not only it's true epistemologically, but the purpose from an ethical standpoint means to reduce the psychological suffering, because here it's a view that Spinoza makes, but actually it's true. When you understand that things occur necessarily, it heals a lot, because a lot of suffering in human, here Schopenhauer makes this remark, but actually it's wisdom, already the Stoics, it's classical wisdom in philosophy. When you believe that things could have happened differently, this negativity between what happened and what you think might have happened, it leaves room for suffering, because it leaves room for regret, guilt, and when you collide reality with possibility, in a way it reduces how should I explain this? In a way, it reduces your perspective, because by colliding the possible and the necessary together, you reduce the realm of the possible. But the good aspect about this is that you reduce also the amount of suffering, in a way. Yeah, and I have used this method for a very long time to try to appease, simply, if not physically, psychologically and metaphysically. Yeah, that's why I became a fanatical knowledge collector for many years. Actually, that was the reason, to try to rationalize. That's why I studied logic fanatically for years. Yeah, that's the psychological reason. Um, but in the year 2022, I gradually came to understand that um, here I have to pay homage to Nietzsche. Beware that when fighting monsters, you yourself do not become a monster, for when you gaze long into an abyss, the abyss gazes back into you. Yeah. That's precisely um, that's a very profound thought, and I have experienced this at various moments. It's a thought that a lot of humans they intuitively know, at least those who are wise, without necessarily being knowledgeable, but it's something that the soul in a lot of humans is aware of, namely that when you fight against an opponent or an enemy, you have to beware of not becoming the evil that you are trying to fight against. And that's uh, dialectics as well, but in a it's difficult to how should I explain this? It's difficult to express precisely, but it's really here dialectics in a profound way, in a sense that if you try to fight for the good or to fight in order to protect what you believe is good, but if this fight, this struggle makes you become what you believed you had to fight against. And here I have to praise the genius of Christopher Nolan. The Batman movies, they are great, obviously, but I have a lot of admiration for Christopher Nolan. Yeah. That's precisely a very difficult aspect of existence. Um, what happens when you become the monster that you were trying to fight against. So you begin with good intentions, and you might even show valor and be brave in your struggle against whatever uh, entity you fight against. But what if, or what happens when you end up becoming what you wanted to fight against? Yeah. And here that's really a high level uh, wisdom that at this moment in time I'm not capable of formulating, although I kind of understand the idea. The truth, um, as I understand this vaguely, but I kind of understand. That's how I can formulate this, but it's vague. But the truth consists in fighting without fighting. Yeah, yeah. Here, I will not. How should I explain this? It's not good versus evil in ordinary sense. It's more subtle than that, but I will talk ordinarily. If you want to be on the good side against evil, if you don't fight, let us let us imagine if the good doesn't fight against evil, then evil might win. That's what can be envisioned. But what if the good fights to the point of becoming evil itself? That's why the ideal is to fight without fighting. And who did this historically? Uh, who is the great fighter who did not hit the man who was a spiritual fighter who did not fight as such, although he was a spiritual warrior, one might say. Well, so about my psychological, intellectual, and spiritual development. Um, During the year 2022, um, I've spent many months studying fanatically, and I spent uh, probably more than 20, sometimes 22 hours a day in a very small room, not going out much, reading a lot, thinking a lot, trying to gather knowledge, and in a way, um, um, I I did not become insane clinically or not even psychologically. Although there have been moments where I've had mood shifts, but not because I'm insane, but simply because I look at the world and there are problems. And when when you have when you are in a situation where you are powerless, you have to um, how should I explain this? You are affected by the events, but you feel um, unable to change them. You feel powerless, and in a way you are forced to be passive, and you feel helpless, and yeah, it's very frustrating. Uh, that's a common human experience. Variously, humans at some moments in their life they find themselves in situation where they cannot change situations that they would like to change. Yeah, uh, yeah, and um, I build some sort of an intellectual system, and I have lived most of my days, especially in the year 2020, being plunged in pure abstractions, pure categories, and it drove me partly insane, but not psychologically or clinically, but simply it was so disconnected from the ordinary experience of human beings that it was negative in the negative sense. And I have come to socialize more and more over the month in 2022 and 2023, not to have a normal social life for myself, but simply to interact with other human beings, to participate in the life of the local community, just to bring about stability and cooperation, to do my part, and also because it's psychologically healthy to interact with other humans, to talk to them. Yeah, although just ordinary talk, but sometimes to have a discussion with another human being, it helps tremendously psychologically just to find a balance and psychological health. Yeah, and I have noticed over the month, especially in the second half of 2022, that after having been plunged intensely for months and months, many hours a day, in pure abstractions, pure philosophy in the abstract sense, plus the previous knowledge about this that I had gathered in 2018 and 19, I've spent probably 2.5 years of my life reading pure metaphysics several hours a day. Yeah. Um, I noticed over time that when I talked seriously, what I thought to be serious in terms of rigor, systematicity, etc., about my philosophical view, people were scared because it was so alien, so disconnected, and it has taken me some time to realize this, but I've come to understand over the month, second half of 2022 and 2023, that it frightened people because it was alien, it was completely disconnected, it was unintelligible, even when I made efforts to communicate clearly. So, yeah. And I realized back then that I had become an intellectual monster. Here, monster is really a statistical occurrence which is so rare, so different from ordinary consciousness, that it's really statistically it's a monster in the sense it's completely different from the norm. Yeah. A monster in biology is just precisely an organism which is statistically very rare, and it can have positive meanings in a sense of great achievers in sports. They are sometimes called monsters of work, of practice, of performance, of achievement, etc., etc. Because that's statistically very rare people who are extremely dedicated and who perform consistently and on an exceptional level. But the greatest champions in the most competitive sports, they are monsters in this sense. In the sense, it's in a good sense, but there is a frightening aspect because it's so alien. But otherwise, monster, of course, it means something which is disconnected, alien, and because it's so different, it's frightening. Yeah. And I have come to realize that I had become an intellectual monster, and I don't enjoy this in the negative sense. And when I realized this, I gave up very quickly on the books that I had been reading. I gave up completely, very quickly. That's why I don't read Hegel any longer, one might say. And I've made great efforts ever since. So for now, one might say more than a year, to remain serious intellectually, because precisely the times in which we live require that in the West people become more serious at all levels, but intellectually. So I try to find the balance between being intellectually serious while being accessible and without being an insane German metaphysician in the negative sense. So that's another aspect of me that I could talk about. Most of my life consists in trying to find the balance constantly between opposing tendencies, and I know that it's what is good is always what is subtle, what is kind of in the middle, but not in a sense of mediocrity, but in the middle, in the sense of the top. That's the view of Aristotle, of Aristotelian virtue, the middle between two extremes in a triangle. That's the top. Yeah, that's what is most difficult. That's why Aristotelian mediocrity in the literal sense, namely what is in the middle, is excellence. For Aristotle, what is in the middle is excellent. And that's, of course, the ideal. When you reach for the middle, the ideal means if the middle is excellent, namely avoid both extreme tendencies. And actually, I know that's what is good. And there is a constant torment in me. I'm constantly tormented between various opposing tendencies. And I know what is good, but I also know that the process consists in switching like a pendulum from one side to the other. And I have constantly to struggle against this at all levels, a struggle between the emotion and reason, between being intellectually serious and being accessible, being reassuring while being serious, being uh, being good while trying to be just, knowing that sometimes being just without being good, it's not good. Being good without being just, it's not good either. Trying to find a constant balance, trying to to live for the universal by producing work while having to balance my empirical life, because as an individual I have physiological, psychological needs that I have to take care of. I've realized this also in the year 2022, that taking care of yourself as an individual, it's kind of important, because I have held a belief for a very long time that my mind was completely disconnected from my body, because my ideas, when they are good and true, they are universal, namely they are valid for all, and that as an empirical individual, I was kind of irrelevant. But actually, I've come to realize that when I take better care of myself, I tend to think more clearly, taking care of that one's own diet, lifestyle, in a sense of I haven't had a bad lifestyle for many years. At some moments in the year 2021, well, sometimes I drank a beer once in a while, or ate junk food, watched a little bit of porn. Yeah, ordinary decadence, which is not terrible as such. If it's moderate, a little bit of decadence, yeah, so it was not terrible. But otherwise, my bad lifestyle was not because of bad habits, but simply because I was fanatically dedicated to studying and working, especially in the year 2022, about what I've been talking about. So I completely left aside my physical, psychological health, just sometimes going outside, breathing some fresh air, interacting with others. Yeah, so my lack of care was not due to not being how should I explain this? I didn't care about myself as an empirical individual, because I was fanatically devoted to studying, etc. So yeah, but since I have found more balance, namely a few hours each day, I take time for myself, not to take hobbies, but simply to disconnect intellectually and just to take care of me, because I'm useful. Uh, and the better I am as an empirical individual, the more clearly I think. So as of now, I am useful. That has been a radical change in my view. I've come to become to consider myself as being useful, and taking care of myself has done a great deal of benefit for my own psychological growth and my intelligence, in the sense of, partly wisdom, which makes me better able to communicate with others, to talk more or less normally while sharing complex, intelligent, relevant thoughts. So I have given up on the completely freak, here in the negative sense, the freak aspect of my insane German metaphysical self. But I try to remain consistent and serious nonetheless. Yeah, but here I will talk precisely about what is regressive. I have regressive moments which consist in either becoming a little bit pissed off. It's not because, I'm pissed off. No, it's simply because I explain here, I'm in a calm mood, so I explain my psychological mood shifts. Being angry is wrong. In most cases, sometimes there is some form of justified anger, namely to be angry against people who do wrong thing. There is a certain type of anger which is justified. Yeah, the intelligent theologians, they know this, and then the parents, they know this. Sometimes it's good for your kids when you are angry in a good way, because yeah, I understand. That's another difficulty, because when you grow psychologically, I'm not a very angry person on a psychological level, no, but I have sometimes outbursts of, German, but I know that anger is bad, but precisely the subtlety consists in being able to distinguish most of the time when being angry is bad, but sometimes it's good. The same with arrogance. Arrogance, of course, it's bad, but sometimes if you try to reject arrogance, here that's an illustration of how I function for most topics. Arrogance is bad. Okay, so you know it's bad, you try to do the opposite, which is good. So you try to be humble. But then Nietzsche comes in, actually, intelligent psychologists in a philosophical sense, they understand that sometimes being falsely modest is a form of hypocrisy and deception, either self-deception or manipulation. So being arrogant, of course, it's bad. Being humble, it seems to be good, but precisely no. The balance, because a lot of people who are humble, they are humble not because they are especially wise, but because they are in a position of weakness. And here Nietzsche knew that if you put the humble people, most of them in a position of power, they would become corrupt. Yeah. So the ideal is to be, yeah, again, that's the ideal, the balance, the Aristotelian virtue, excellence in the middle, is to be confident in your own ability. Not here, that's really Nietzschean health. Nietzsche, I have a lot of praise for Nietzsche. He's really a great, great psychologist. Yeah. No, yeah, I sometimes I laugh about Nietzsche, but I have come over the months and the years to respect Nietzsche more and more. I have always, I have always respected Nietzsche. Uh, I disagree on some aspects. Some aspects he's really excessive in the negative sense, and here I do not take Nietzsche seriously. How should I explain this? It's not that I doubt the individual man Nietzsche or his idea, but in a sense, some of his ideas I'm well aware that here that's my good Christian self. Okay, thank you, Friedrich, for proposing this idea, but actually, no, no. That's why it's always good to remember that the individual man Nietzsche, for which I have a tremendous amount of admiration, but eventually he ended up his life as becoming completely insane. It was not divine punishment, no, but it was simply, in a way, here I laugh, but the ideas of Nietzsche, they were so heavy that even for a man like him, he collapsed under the weight of his own ideas in a way. Even Nietzsche. Yeah. Yeah, so about, yeah. So the ideal in this case, arrogance is bad, false humility is bad as well. The ideal is just to be confident in your abilities. Yeah. And though a lot of people who do not have a lot of skills in terms of a special talent, they can be confident in their ability of being competent in their role, their social role, as a parent, as just a normal worker. There are, of course, statistically, there are the immense majority of human beings, they have no exceptional talent. There is no problem with that, but most people here, I'm not trying to flatter the people, I'm not a populist, but most human beings, with the limited talent that they have as individuals, they do okay. They do okay. Here, on a strictly, that's kind of a Spinozian perspective, a rationalist, that's how it has to be. The vast majority of humans, they have to be an average level of skills, but also they have to be competent in whatever role they are given, either economically or psychologically, just to be okay. So no need to brag, no need to self to self downgrade. No, just ordinary okay, ordinary humans. They do their role in life, most of them in an ordinary way. Yeah, that's how it is. Yeah. So um Um, I have sometimes regressive moments, and when I become uh, angry, let us say, psychologically, as I experience this, um, how should I explain this? Here, I'm in a calm mood. Of course, when you are in a stable mood, you are calm, etc. It's different that when you are a little bit more agitated, one might say, but if we talk in an ordinary level of consciousness, there are people in this world who have a tremendous amount of power. Individual, if we imagine individuals having agency, etc., they have a tremendous amount of power to shape the lives and the perception of millions of people uh, without um, having necessarily the legitimacy. And of course, if you were in their position, it's very easy when you are in a position of no power, direct or direct responsibility or direct power. It's very easy to criticize those who are in power, but you don't know that you would necessarily do better if you were in their position. It's very easy to criticize when you are yeah, when you are I know this. It's very easy to criticize, but then when you find yourself in a position that's precisely, it's very easy to judge others, but if you were in their shoes, would you act differently? Yeah, yeah. um yeah, but here I speak um here I'm in a calm mood, so I share thoughts that I've had for many weeks, many months, many years actually, especially 2022 and 2023. Here I explain very calmly why I am frustrated. Because there is a disconnect, one might say, between the level of responsibility that I have to have eventually at some moment, and the level of power that I have and that I've had currently as a singular, conscious, empirical individual. Here, I mean the ability to consciously influence others. And if I had to express in ordinary language, here it's just an opinion as such, but I've never, as an empirical conscious individual, I've never been interested in politics, in trying to do politics. I vaguely read books about politics between 2016 to this day eventually, but the idea of doing politics, having to convince people, my training is as a philosopher, not officially. I never studied officially as such, except books. Someone in high school is formula or whatever. But I never studied philosophy officially in academia, in a college, university, or whatever. But this is my training nonetheless, in a way, because these are the kind of books that I've read the most over the years. Um, yeah, yeah. So being a philosopher here, it's really simple distinction, but actually it's kind of true. It's since the age of Plato. The philosopher here, it's these are the kind of wise words which are edifying for the youth, and then Hegel. Already, I'm starting to talk about edification, trying to spiritually elevate young people who are eager to know about wisdom and the spirituality. And already, I have Hegel in my mind who comes. I know I haven't read the boring German metaphysician for more than a year probably, but I know enough. Hegel immediately would say philosophy is not supposed to be edifying. every time every time you have a thought which every time I have a thought which triggers a little bit of enthusiasm of really I have Hegel in my mind. No, that's a way of talking, but I have Hegel with his sinister face of the German professor, Herr Professor. Philosophy is not supposed to be edifying. It is a science. It has to be rigorous. Individual opinions are not important. What is important is the movement of the desire selves, etc. Uh, um, yeah. Uh, no, but seriously, if I had to talk about philosophy in an edifying way to elevate spiritually the youth, what would I say? Yeah, that philosophy is the pursuit of truth, whereas the sophists, which in the modern world would be the politicians, the scholars, the journalists, they are only interested in rhetoric and power, whereas the real philosopher is disinterested, is in the pure search and contemplation of truth, which actually it's kind of true, but yeah. But the truth is the totality, so rhetoric and sophists, it's part of the totality. Yeah, but yeah. Here I will make a remark about Plato. Uh, if I had to be honest, actually, here it's not a matter of psychological honesty, it's simply my intellectual development. The three most important influences in shaping my worldview philosophically, I would say Plato, Spinoza, Hegel. These are not the ones that I've read the most. These are not the ones that I prefer. I like Nietzsche very much, but actually, probably, yeah. But the three, Plato, Spinoza, Hegel, uh, I have not read a lot about Plato. I have not read a lot of Plato. I have read Spinoza at various moments. These are the kind of books that I've read many times, but not completely various moments because it's very difficult to read Spinoza. It's not the kind of reading that is very, how should I explain this? It's fascinating and it's profound and it's great, but it's in a very boring form. Yeah. But it contains, like most great philosophers, it contains an enormous amount of extremely profound thoughts, but spontaneously, from a strictly formal standpoint, it's not very appealing. But what Spinoza said is absolutely mind blowing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's why if someone like Schelling or Schopenhauer, in a way, they partly they are influenced by Spinoza consciously, but they express some of his insights in a more aesthetically pleasing way. Spinoza is not very interesting from a strictly aesthetic standpoint. In terms of the pleasing aspect, it's really boring, but it's fascinating what he says. And in a way, but in a different way, Hegel, some of his most theoretical writings, maybe the science of logic, it's partly the same. It's more interesting for even formally, but it's also very boring and dry for those who do not manage to connect. And that's why I understand more and more why a lot of people are not interested in philosophy, because for them it's pure abstraction. They don't understand. It's too complex. Like it talks about the real world, what people call the real world, the empirical world, every human's experience. Yeah, but yeah. So someone like Plato, for instance, he can talk very abstractly in a rigorous philosophical sense while being pleasing aesthetically, because most of the dialogues of Plato, or most parts in most Plato's dialogue, they are interesting. Sometimes there is comedy, there are good jokes, there are cultural references about ancient Greece. It's really interesting. It's well written. It's really good literature. Not all the dialogues, but most of them. It's really good literature while being edifying philosophically and while being fascinating and really interesting and profound and elevating and brilliant, etc. So yeah, so my three most important influences philosophically, they have been Plato, Spinoza, Hegel, and which actually here I express again an opinion, but philosophy, serious philosophy, here I sound a little bit arrogant, but actually that's not really what I think, but it's partly true. It's partly an arrogant German aspect, but Heidegger said somewhere, philosophy means, for him, it means Western philosophy, but also it means Greek philosophy and German philosophy. I'm not sure that he expresses this like this exactly, but basically that's what he thinks. Philosophy means the ancient Greeks and the Germans, but in a way Hegel partly agrees. Actually, all the Germans, it's partly a little bit arrogant German self, but all the German philosophers, they kind of tacitly agree, which in a way it's kind of very insulting in a negative sense. Here I disagree with the German because the French, the English, here I'm talking in Western philosophy. Of course, there are the Indians who have produced really great, and here Schopenhauer had genuine admiration for Indian philosophy. Hegel partly as well, the writings of Hegel. Schelling, I'm not sure that he mentions this, but probably as well. But Schopenhauer, he had a great admiration for Hinduism and the classical writings of India. There have been great Muslim philosophers influenced by Aristotle and sometimes Plato, but there have been great Muslim philosophers, great Jewish philosophers. Chinese and Japanese philosophy, it's not as we envision philosophy in the West. Whereas India, it's different on the form, but actually there are a lot of similarities. It's much more easy to relate with Indian philosophy from a Western perspective than to relate with Chinese and Japanese philosophy. It's not because it's less clear or less rich, although strictly speaking, the great Indian texts, they are really of a really high level that very few traditions can have developed such a complex and rich thought. So, yeah. But philosophy, as we understand this in the West, outside of the Western world, there have been great Muslim philosophers, Indians, and Jewish philosophers. But otherwise, there are wisdoms or yeah, what Eastern Asian historically have produced, we would call this more wisdoms than philosophy as is understood since Plato, the pre-Socratic story, but especially Plato, and then the philosophical tradition. And here, a remark that no. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, so there have been great contributions from a lot of countries in the Western tradition. Outside of Germany, obviously the French, in Denmark, Kierkegaard, the English, the Scots, Berkeley, I think was an Irish bishop of Berkeley. The Italians partly with Machiavelli, Beccaria, Giambattista, Vico, etc. But actually, the Germans are prominent. The Greeks as well, partly the Romans, but most of what they say it was just a reformulation of Greek ideas. So the Greeks and the Germans, and if you had to add one other element, either this is Descartes or Spinoza, and Spinoza in a way is more important. Descartes has been more influential, but philosophically, Spinoza is more important. Yeah, so that's why the Greeks, Spinoza, and the Germans formulated differently. Plato, Spinoza, and Hegel. Yeah. If you had to simplify, yeah. And these three philosophers, they are highly cognitive thinkers. All philosophers are, but these ones, they are especially, they are, they put a great emphasis on the intellect. All philosophers, but especially them, Plato, Spinoza, and Hegel, and they have been my three greatest influences. Yeah. What was I talking about before this? I don't know. But what I wanted to say is, uh, yeah, uh, yeah, the sophists and the philosophers and um, yeah, my training is, as a philosopher, namely a seeker of knowledge, which eventually is wisdom. Um, And of course, when you are a philosopher, there are counterexamples, but politics is antithetical with what you are interested in precisely because before trying to impose your truth onto others, if you are a philosopher, yeah, that's really in an edifying way, but actually it's partly true, you do not have the truth, so you search for the truth. Uh, which actually here I just make a remark about politics. My views on politics have come to coincide with those of in the modern world. That would be Ron Paul. It doesn't mean that I agree with everything, but the idea, it's actually the idea of the American Constitution. There are many reasons, but one of them is simply because, as a philosopher, if you search, here that's just the psychological aspect about my political views. When you are just interested in knowledge, your views on politics, the logic of your political view is that you just want a political setting which favors the condition to enable you to study. And what do you want? You want the minimum of intervention and the greatest amount of liberty in the intellectual realm, which presuppose free speech and also private property, because economic freedom and intellectual freedom, they are connected. Hayek understood this. So actually, there are many other reasons: empirical, historical, religious, philosophical. But if we just talk about psychology and philosophy, as a philosopher, philosophers who are kind of serious, they ought to be politically American. Here it means just the Constitution, not American politics, but the Constitution, simply because if you are just someone who searches for knowledge, the condition which enables the search for knowledge is liberty, and the country which guarantees liberty is the US. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, uh, yeah. And the reason why I'm frustrated, I have succeeded in overcoming uh, frustration on many aspects. I am not pissed off against a lot of things that I used to be sometimes angry against. I have healed a lot of wounds in the sense that they no longer hurt. They are no longer hurtful on a lot of things. I in the sense I improve really. I have corrected many things. I've grown in humility in the good sense of just here. It's simply because by having by say getting older in a way, but the more you interact with the empirical world, the more you come to have more empathy for others. That's the Buddha already knew this. So I constantly improve on a lot of aspects. I have become extremely consistent in my behavior, in my working ability. I have been very consistent for many years. In my following my ethical principles, I've been very consistent. I improve on a lot of aspects, but I sometimes have regressive moments. And the reason, here I explain in a very calm way, the reason why I tend to be frustrated. Frustration is bad, resentment is bad, anger is bad, arrogance is bad. I know this, but uh, it's a common experience to know what is wrong, but not being always capable of succeeding um, in not doing what you know is wrong. It's not because sometimes it's a lack of will, it has to be corrected, but sometimes it's really difficult. It's really difficult. And the reason why I have been frustrated is because I know eventually that I have to have a tremendous amount of responsibility, while at this moment having zero or very few power consciously, precisely because I have not been able to influence a lot of people. Those who have been following me consistently, maybe there are 10 or 15 people, maybe 20, let us assume at best, in the sense of those who have been interesting for a long time. I'm not sure that 20 people have, but maybe there are 5, 6 who have been really consistent followers, maybe 10, maybe 15, I don't know, but yeah. Um, I don't want, um, how should I explain this? On a psychological individual level, if we talk in an ordinary level of consciousness, which is actually partly relevant but partly irrelevant, precisely because everything is interconnected. So to imagine yourself as a singular individual just leading your life disconnected from the rest, it appeals a lot because it sounds good, but actually you have not everyone, but some people, and here I talk about I understand that I have to, because of what I am, I have to intervene publicly. That's what I've been doing for many months, many years, but I have to continue to do so as long as I have to. So imagining to live an isolated life, a simple life, disconnected, it's very appealing and it's very good, and it's good when people do this if they can lead their own life and being isolated to the greatest extent possible, being as autonomous as possible psychologically, economically, individually, etc. That's good, but that's not what I can practice as an individual person. And the reason why I've been frustrated is because I know that. So, yeah, I don't want power as such, because ideally, my political ideal would be a society where there would be no politics, or the least amount of politics. That's the libertarian ideal. People would be too busy taking care about their own life to struggle in politics. That's the ideal. To abolish politics, actually, that's the ideal. And empirically, uh, that's another reason why. That's another reason why I identified with the US, because here it's partly a delusion, but partly not. Because when you look at history, well, it's difficult to find an ideal society, of course. If you search for stability, peace, liberty, prosperity, not necessarily economically, but at least intellectually, culturally, but eventually it comes with economics as well. There are many societies which have been stable, but not necessarily very free. Those who have been free but not very stable, especially over the past 500 years and especially the past 200 years, there have been those who have been thriving, but while without being stable or without being free. So yeah, but to find the greatest compromise, that's what I call the Anglo-Saxon political ideal. Here I partly delude myself by envisioning 19th century America, some sort of a golden age for at least for white people. I'm well aware that it was very difficult for Afro-Americans, for natives, and for a lot of white people as well. But it was, how should I explain this? To try to have a balance between liberty, individual rights, not too much conflict. Of course, there was the Civil War, There was slavery, there was the westward expansion, of course, there were a lot of negative aspects. But other than that, that's already a lot. But for a lot of Americans, they had, of course, it was very difficult for most people just economically because there were hardships, etc. But there was relative amount of liberty, stability, progress, prosperity, liberty, simply autonomy. Yeah. Or otherwise, that would be England. The English society has functioned more or less well over the past few centuries without too much disturbance, at least internally. I used to be angry against the English at some moments because historically they have been the competitors of the Germans for the past 2 centuries. But I have grown in wisdom. Of course, the Germans they have been beaten up by the English many times, one may say, on various levels. But in a way, it was partly for the good of the Germans, partly. It's good in the European family when there is a member of the family which becomes a little bit excessive. Historically, that's the history of Europe. The other members of the European family, they have tried to put back the, the individual nation which tried to become too prominent. So in a way, that's part of the. Of course, that's bad because it's difficult, etc. But if you look at European history with kind of detachment, there have been many tragedies, but in many aspects, that's the history of Europe. Every time that a nation became too powerful, the other nations they allied themselves against the rising nation to try to reduce the power. Yeah, when the French became too powerful, the Spaniards, the English, the Germans, etc., etc., etc. And historically, the English, that's one of the reasons why I have sometimes been pissed off. These have been those who have always prevented first the French from becoming too powerful, but yeah, on a personal level, I don't really care. But they have also prevented the Germans, uh, which yeah. But actually, it's kind of the English. I'm not saying that the English are the good guys because they have done a lot of wrong to continental Europeans over the centuries. But in a way, they have always been moderate by precisely trying to moderate the power of potential rising nations. They have always been scheming against the Russians, against the Germans, against the French, against everyone eventually. But of course, it's very annoying when you identify with one side and you would like to expand and to grow. But eventually, the English, they have always participated in maintaining balance in Europe. Yeah. And of course the Germans, the English, the Russian, and the Spaniards at some moments, the Dutch, etc. The Americans then they have always tried to limit the ambitions of the English as well. Yeah, yeah. So here that's another example of an inner conflict that I learn to overcome or with time. If I had to express an opinion on an individual level, if I had to choose between the Germans and the English, I prefer the Germans. But actually, I know that the voice of sanity and reason comes from England most of the time. So here, that's an example of what being wise means. Means you have sometimes to acknowledge that people that you, it's not that I don't like or that I don't disagree, it's really not the case, but people that are not spontaneously on your side, you have to grow up to come to understand that they might be good for you even though they oppose you somehow. Yeah, it requires growth. It's difficult, but yeah. So I have come to appease my problems with the English, but I had no problem here. That's another a good psychological tip. The problem with the English, there is no. I mean, actually, no. What I say is kind of intelligent. The problem with the English historically is simply that they are too good. I think that's the only thing that others can reproach to the English is because they are too successful. Yeah, in all aspects. That's why others who have been pissed off against the English, that's what they don't like about England historically, is because England has been extremely successful. Yeah, yeah. Which, here I will make a remark. I have come to understand over the month and the past year and more uh, about good and evil. Of course, there are things which are really evil, and the only good which can emerge out of it is precisely because it brings about a reaction to try to limit, to restrict what is really negative in the negative sense. But I have come to understand at some moment that a lot of things, of course, it's not the case, but there are a lot of things that people call evil because actually it's how should I explain this? Philosophically, a formal definition. I talked about this already when I talked about ontology, but um, when something is not as it is supposed to be, when the real and the ideal do not coincide, when reality is not as it is supposed to be, precisely it's a differentiation. There is inadequacy, and it can be envisioned in a lot of cases as a formal definition of very often what people call evil or bad. It's simply when something is not adequate, something is not as it is supposed to be. In a lot of cases, this is precisely what people call evil or bad. When things are not as they ought to be, yeah. And I have understood this recently, namely over the past few months, philosophically, precisely, by reading my own words when I wrote about metaphysics. But actually, if you envision life as a process, if you envision God as a process, um, and if you envision an ideal to reach, it means that the ideal has not been reached. Namely, there is inadequacy between reality, between how things are and how they are supposed to be. And in a lot of cases, this is what brings about suffering. And often, what people call evil is simply inadequacy, when things are not as they are supposed to be. But if a process is envisioned as trying to aim towards an ideal, if there is a process of growth in the sense of improvement, it means that things are not adequate. So it means of course that there is inadequacy within the process. Yeah. Formulated in psychological language, uh, if the purpose, the end goal is to be intelligent, wise, competent, good, just, mature, to make the correct decision constantly, of course, if that's the ideal, uh, the path which leads to the ideal is filled with inadequacies, mistakes, errors, inadequacies. If you envision life as a journey towards growth, it means that you are not, during the journey, you are not what you are supposed to become, therefore you are inadequate, which means partly that in the sense you are partly evil because you are not as you are supposed to be. And here I talk psychologically about this problem. I realized very I realized very early in my spiritual development that of course I was not adequate. That's why I tried to compensate by becoming fanatically by studying fanatically, by trying to be intellectually perfect, which made me forget all the other aspects for the previous reasons that I mentioned, knowledge through gnosis, etc., etc. And an aspect of my psychological development is that for many months and many years, I was paralyzed and terrorized to speak and to act because I was afraid of making mistakes. But being paralyzed and afraid of talking and acting, and that's why here it's a psychological trick, a psychological trap that I fell into. When you feel inadequate, when you are afraid, when you feel guilty, when you feel uh, worthless in a way, and when you compare your current state with an ideal that you envision as embodying intelligence, wisdom, competence, strength, wisdom, excellence, etc. Of course, you tend to identify in a sense of you tend to project onto the figure uh, that you envision uh, as a model, and you try to seek to find refuge and comfort in a sense of existential in a way, and how should I explain this? When you when you succeed in convincing people that they are inadequate or that they are bad, you know, either they can, that's basic psychology, either they can revolt or they can internalize this and become in a way victims, and one of a significant change in my psychology, which occurred, I would say, the second half of 2022 and then 2023, is that I have ceased to live in constant terror, because I understood that being living in constant fear of making mistakes, of saying something wrong, was actually, again, that's dialectic, a source of mistake in itself. I understood at some moment, whatever I do, I will make mistakes. In if we envision an ideal, of course. So I still try to say intelligent things as often as possible, and I still put a lot of emphasis on order and structure in a lot of my videos. I often try to say things which are in a way not opinion. Sometimes I express opinions because sometimes I grant myself the right to just speak normally, like I've been doing in this video often, but I try as often as possible, that's my philosophical training, to express ideas which are universal. That's not always the case, but I try to do this very often, so that ideas, when they are good for everyone and they are true for everyone, independently of me and my own psychological intricacies and my own flaws as a personal individual, my own problems, my own etc. So yeah, but I have come to let go of a lot of psychological burden that had affected me for a very long time, to be paralyzed, to live in constant terror of saying the wrong word, of making a mistake, to be completely yeah. So, and I've understood recently, recently I mean the past, I don't know, a few months maybe or weeks, that you know, it's okay to make mistakes in life. Of course there are some mistakes, well, but the good news, the good news that I bring, which it has taken me a lot of time to understand it, but the good news is that it's okay to make mistakes. Yeah. And I know that the overwhelming majority of humans, they are okay ethically, morally. They are not heroic. They are not vicious. There are acts of heroism. A hero can be anyone, even someone doing something as simple as putting a coat on a young boy's shoulder to let him know the world hadn't ended. There are small acts of heroism at various levels in the lives of most people who live long enough to have a rich life, I might say. And there are small acts of vices in most humans at some moments, vices of all sorts. But for the overwhelming majority, again, that's statistical, it's okay. Yeah. That's the good news for most humans. Uh, it's okay. Most of the mistakes that humans make, it's okay. Uh, yeah. Because psychologically, as an individual, I have, and in a way I still do partly, but a tendency to be in a way a religious fanatic, but inwardly, in a way, in a sense that I have a tendency to and I know it's not good, but to obsess over things which torment me, which are in a way completely insignificant, but I torment myself with things which are completely insignificant, actually. So that's why I understand why so many people who are religious, in a way, they are partly insane in the sense that they live in a life of terror uh, for reasons that here I'm talking about ordinary people who are just ordinary people with their slight vices, their good qualities, their virtues, who try to be decent human beings while enjoying themselves on an individual level without just ordinary humans who just go through life while trying to experience the best life possible without hurting them others too much, not because necessarily they are very moral, but because there are system of legislation and yeah, but who are just ordinary human beings. Yeah. Um, well, so yeah, when I'm frustrated, um, sometimes I'm frustrated against the German metaphysicians, which are the individuals of the past, one may say, that I admire the most. There are others, but I have a great deal of admiration for the German thinkers. But um, sometimes I'm frustrated against them because these were men who spent their life thinking rigorously about very difficult questions. But they were, that's how envision is, but actually, they were just sitting in their office, writing while having a good paycheck from the Kingdom of Prussia or whatever. Not I was thinking about Kant, but actually Hegel as well, receiving good wages from the state for teaching philosophy in a comfortable, even here. Schopenhauer, he complained. I forgive him because it's okay. But he was a little bit jealous against Hegel and Schelling and Fichte somehow. He criticized the other great German thinkers of the day because he was kind of he did not have a lot of success as a philosopher. So Nietzsche, he complained about his lack of success, but he was not resentful. That's why Nietzsche, in a way, he's better than Schopenhauer. Yeah. Uh, yeah, Nietzsche is really great. He was how should I explain? He was frustrated but not resentful, which means he had conquered his own ideas because he wrote very interesting things about resentment, but he was not a resentful man. Nietzsche, uh, he was truly great. Yeah, but Schopenhauer, I will not judge him for that, but he was a little bit pissed off because he was jealous of the success of other German metaphysicians, while Nietzsche, he didn't really care. He was pissed off maybe about his lack of success, but he was not resentful against Kant or Hegel or others, or Leibniz or whoever. He was beyond this. Whereas Schopenhauer, a little bit of frustration. I understood, but yeah. No, I laugh, but uh, um, I imagine them as tormenting themselves to try to find answers to the most important questions. That's what philosophers do, actually. But of course, it's stupid. That's why it's not really. It doesn't affect me a lot because I know it's kind of stupid, but sometimes it does nonetheless. But um, Kant or Fichte or Hegel or the others, that's a way of talking, but they were sitting in their office trying to answer very difficult questions, but they did not have to um, how should I explain this? Their errors, when or if they made errors, uh, did not affect directly others. And here I will say profound. Not profound necessarily in a sense of wise, but at least maybe in terms of honesty. When you become wiser, one might say, you know that you have to do good, you have to say intelligent things, you have to be consistent, you have to be virtuous, you have to be fair, you have to be wise, you have to have all the good qualities. Yeah, you know this actually, but when you know that, yeah, and um, here I say something that I vaguely formulate, but um, maybe that's an aspect of evil in a sense that that's a way of talking, but um, to be irresponsible is bad, and but how should I explain this? From a psychological standpoint, sometimes um, how should I explain this? I don't. It's not that. It's not that I want to be stupid or irresponsible. No, but sometimes I would like to be. That's just a way of talking. But I would like to be able to make me actually. Here I say intelligent things. Sometimes I would like to be able to, and I will correct what I say, but to be able to make mistakes without paying a very harsh price. Which, in a way, it's a form of irresponsibility. But here it's kind of subtle in the sense that, of course, to say to would like to be irresponsible, of course, it's bad. But if it means just sometimes to be able to let go and to make mistakes without paying a harsh price, of course, that is something that a lot of people would like to be able to do. And it can be envisioned. It can be envisioned um, as being evil in a way, because it means are not wanting to be responsible or not wanting to be held accountable. That's immaturity. We know it's kind of true, but there is just a psychological aspect to the human condition to be granted the right to make mistakes. if it is expressed like this, it sounds good. If you formulate this differently, like the right to be irresponsible, of course it's bad. Yeah. 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 Because here I say something um, other, which is intelligence, which is my personal experience empirically. Um, when you try to do uh, excellence, of course it's good. The ideal is good, but here that's an example of sometimes it can turn into negative consequences because this is what is called perfectionism. It can lead to paralysis if you try to do too good in a way. You end up becoming paralyzed in a way psychologically or being not efficient. That's again sometimes it can be a little bit frustrating precisely because good, of course, good is good. It's good to do good, of course, but the problem, it's a problem that most people can afford not to have, but of course, good is good. It's good to do good. Doing bad is bad, of course. Okay, 5 hours, I'm starting to lose it. No, I'm not losing it, but of course, good is good. That's the kind of infinite judgment from a formal standpoint, which actually don't mean anything. Of course, doing virtuous actions, being responsible, trying to universalize your behavior, trying to be consistent, practicing the greatest amount of virtues, the most amount of time, of course, of course. But there are cases when trying to do good, it brings about negative results and it can be very frustrating. And perfectionism, that's an example. If you try to do something perfectly, you end up being paralyzed, being inefficient. You are afraid. It's counterproductive. That's why letting go, not of the standards of trying to achieve high qualities, of course not, but accepting that it's okay to, yeah, yeah. It has been an important feature in my psychological development over the past year and the past many months. Uh, I have become less rigid. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. I could talk for much longer, but I've said a lot of things. But I probably didn't say half of the things that I intended vaguely to talk about. I have said a lot of things that I had no conscious intention of talking about. But yeah, so it was supposed to be a video for my long-time followers. Probably I will no longer make videos for the select few who have been I mean specifically for the select few. Honestly, I don't know. Vaguely know maybe 3 or 4 people vaguely. Actually, no, I don't. But uh, I don't know who you are empirically. You know a lot more about me if you are among the long-time followers. You know a lot more about me than I do about you. Yeah. Um, um, I'll just conclude about communication. The reason why that's one of the reason why I I haven't had a lot of success quantitatively in my communication. It's simply because there are many reasons, but one of them is because I do not speak to a specific audience. At some moment, I did this variously, but I understood very quickly that the truth, when it is true, is universal. Therefore, when you talk scientifically, potentially any rational thinking agent can understand, etc., etc. But I know that talking like this, it doesn't. In a way, it's a weird way of talking to consciously talk on a universal level. This is what I do in a lot of my videos. It's kind of weird because the people here, it's really specific to the internet age. They don't know if they are what they are supposed to understand in a way. That's why when there is no direct, when you do not specifically talk to, how should I explain this? In the YouTube sphere, one might say, the people who start a channel, usually when if they want to grow, it's not always the case, but they try to have a personal relationship with their viewers, which enable to create some sort of a community, but it has never been my intention uh, consciously. So yeah, I have not invested any effort in community building. That's the only effort, maybe. The purpose is not to create a community, but over the past 20 months, maybe I've dedicated a dozen of hours maximum in total to my followers. Of my YouTube followers, I mean. Yeah, it's not a lot of time, but yeah. Yeah. And here I speak again to the long time follower. I imagine that I talk to them. The internet, by its very the very medium, namely the way of communicating, is unprecedented in human history. There are no precedents to compare with, namely the ability to interact potentially in real time with people potentially from all over the world. This is one of the things that I've thought about, which has led to some problems because I try to. It's difficult. That's why my system of ethics is very useful. a piece of advice that I will keep giving as long as I can and as long as I speak publicly, as long as I have to. Try to implement the greatest amount of ethical pieces of behavior whenever you watch this, whoever you are. It will help a lot to find stability on an individual and collective level. Yeah. But yeah. Um, I've understood there are many things that I've understood, but one of the things is that with the internet, anyone can speak directly, potentially to anyone else, which can lead to really ludicrous situation where random people, it has happened sometimes, random people directly talk to the president of their country, which very often it seems ludicrous, but actually when someone has important things to say, potentially anyone, if or to the extent that it is true, here that's my egalitarian self, philosophically, namely, if someone has things to say which are important and true and universal, because truth is universal, potentially anyone else who is a rational thinking agent and who understands the language can understand. That's why, in a way, that's one of the many aspects of the internet and the era we live in. Relationships of authority, they get completely distorted because precisely there is a growing disconnect between political authority and epistemological truth, I might say. I've understood this a long time ago, but yeah. Uh, I could make I could make individual videos to talk about a lot of people or groups of people, and depending on the circumstances, I might do this. But how should I explain this? Uh, it's not the top priority that I have in mind, precisely because I try to say things which are universal and which can be useful to the greatest amount of people eventually. Uh, yeah, yeah. I will conclude the video here. Thank you to the people who have followed me and helped me in a way over the months and maybe the years. It sometimes it has really helped me. Yeah, I'm not in a mood to. Uh, Sometimes the people who have supported my work over the years and the months, sometimes it has been really helpful. So I thank you genuinely. And I partly owe you the good that I produce when I produce good, which happens sometimes. Yeah, it has been difficult. It still is difficult. Uh, I have to. constantly make decisions which are very important, but I have no clue of who will they affect, who will be affected by my decision, to what extent. I have uh, to to cope with different layers of reality, in the sense that sometimes I have to take care of ordinary things in a chronological perspective. Sometimes, often, I have my mind on things which I try to envision as being universal and to the greatest extent possible within the context of the 21st century. Sometimes I try to think about universal, really eternal truth. Uh, I will conclude by um, one of the trends of my psychological development over the past year, is that I have grown in terms of self-compassion, because um, if I think of myself as just an ordinary human being, just me as an individual, the truth is more complex because the substance, etc. But just me as an individual, with an ordinary level of consciousness, with the knowledge that I've acquired, but with just my ordinary level of consciousness, having to act in this world with circumstances that are given, of which on a conscious level I have very few control over. What I've done, what I've tried to do, if I just speak on an empirical level, as a normal human being, if we envision this like this, what I've been doing in terms of production, uh, how should I explain this? Um, I have tried to do the best that I could produce given the limitation given the circumstances. Of course, I always try to do what I believe is the best given the circumstances, but I'm well aware that it's not enough to. It's not always enough, always because of, yeah, but philosophically, what has been happening, how I envision this, is that for a significant portion of the year 2022, I lived in pure abstract universality, which has led me to, for philosophical reason, to schizophrenia, because there is a disconnect between a purely abstract mind, which at some level, when scientific truths, etc., they are the same for us. So I have become, in the year 2022, partly insane, but not psychologically, clinically, just because, no, for philosophical reason that I've explained sufficiently. And what has happened since last year, approximately, it was partly in the continuity, but there has been a significant change, and especially in the year 2023, when I have started to interact slightly with the empirical world more often, and actually, uh, it has enabled me to improve tremendously in terms of psychological growth, maturity, and health, in terms of psychological health, one might say. So, um, I have become an individual, and I continue to try to do so, but how should I explain this? How should I explain this? If I really had to simplify, the years 2020, 2021, I was a singular individual which only cared about myself while studying, etc. But I envisioned myself just as a singular individual whose purpose in life was to try to become socialized, and to keep studying, and eventually to produce books at some moment. Vaguely, that was the idea, but or actually to become a productive member of society, to become a decent worker. That was the ideal, vaguely, but actually I worked for 2 years. So I had just a singular consciousness, the consciousness that the overwhelming majority of humans have in most societies. They just think of themselves as individuals. In the year 2022, I simplify, I had mostly a purely universal consciousness, pure philosophy, science, pure thought detached from empiricism, etc. And what has happened over the past year, and especially in 2023, I have tried to become an individual, in a sense, to mature, to grow up psychologically, while regulating my life, trying to obey universal principles. So in a way, it's very simplified, but I live as my consciousness most of the time is the consciousness of a singular individual. I no longer talk about my empirical self, my transcendental self, etc. But I do not. I'm no longer. How should I explain this? I'm not the individual that I was 2 years ago when my purpose was just to get a job, become a decent, productive member of society. Uh, I am an individual who tries as frequently, as often, as consistently as possible to actualize universal principles in my day-to-day behavior, either privately or publicly. So in a way, I have become, to the best of my abilities, given the circumstances at this moment in time, I have tried to embody universality while identifying as a singular individual. Yeah, yeah. Which, in a way, I know that it's partly good in the sense that this is how humans are supposed, they ought to. Here it's in a bad sense, in the sense it's very easy to say that things ought to be different, but actually that's the idea that humans, that's how they should behave actually. They need to be individuals. That's the good aspect of individuality, namely that each individual can experience himself as a unique individual with his unique particularities, characteristics, for good and bad, because then it creates people are jealous of others, or they feel inadequate, or it's okay. But the good aspect is that each human is unique. Each human can experience the vast majority of humans who live in more or less decent condition, even if it's difficult, and who live long enough in a rather healthy state, they can experience various aspects about reality and about the world. They can love certain things, people, things, ideas, achievements, cultural achievements of all sorts. Each person who lives long enough in relatively decent condition can experience the hardships of existence, but also the good aspects. That's the great aspect about the human condition and the diversity of humans, is that each one can love things that most others can't because of limitation of time and space. Yeah, yeah. But the ideal would be for each human to be a singular individual while embodying universal ideas in terms of ethics. That's the purpose of religions, actually, or philosophy, moral philosophy. Yeah, but it took me a long time to understand this, and when you grow older, I guess you have regrets, of course, because you wish that all the good things that you have discovered, you wish that you could have been told earlier. I believe. Uh, that I have found a right way of living in the world, not what I do on a single aspect, but the idea of being an individual who embodies a universal idea of ethics. I've already talked about this, but yeah. But I wish, of course, that I were told this 15 years, 20 years earlier, etc., 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 of course. But if I had known what is good, or to the extent that it's good, if I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have discover the value because I had to discover on my own, etc., etc. And here I just make a remark about my psychology. Um, I have been frustrated at some moments over the past 20 months. And here it's a frustration which is not aimed at others, it's just frustration. Because when the conflict in Ukraine started, I knew that as an individual, but actually it's the case for all people who care about what happens in their on their continent, in their civilization, in the world at large, in the global village, that there was really a difficult situation, and I, as an individual, and actually that's the case of Westerners at large, I was completely unprepared psychologically in terms of competence, knowledge, ethics, most of what the institutions are supposed to provide to the individuals, it has been falsified variously. So I have experienced frustration because of the the gap between the difficulty of the situation and the lack of preparedness, psychological, technical, in terms of knowledge, etc., etc. And what I have been doing unconsciously and more or less consciously or unconsciously for the past 20 months, and what I intend to keep doing is actually to acquire skills, knowledge. Actually, I have to learn everything uh, in the unfolding of events to try to adapt to an enormous amount of situations of very complex at all levels, to acquire knowledge in all fields while being competent, have acquire theoretical knowledge, practical knowledge by trying to be competent, to learn everything, to try to solve all the problems in real time. There are new events which occur constantly, all sorts of problems at various levels, while not talking to anyone almost, especially not being able to talk about the topics that have shaped my intellectual, spiritual, psychological life over the past 7 years now. I still, at this moment of recording, I still haven't had any discussion with a person who vaguely understands what I talk about, my references. And here it's not, it's no longer a conscious purpose. I don't even try to go on a forum. I never tried this, but I might have envisioned as someone trying to reach people, trying to have a conversation. But no, I did this at some moment, trying to reach people individually that I wanted to talk to because I felt that I had really important things to say. But yeah, all the things that I have been doing, saying, discovering, sharing, of course, I I just use the tremendous wealth which is available in the sense of the enormous amount of wealth made available on the internet, the ability to order great books. Yeah, of course. The knowledge I just borrow from what is available, but the decisions that I make and the synthesis that I make, the choices that I make, I have no one to help me psychologically, uh, in a sense, someone who can try to help me solve the kind of problems that I'm confronted with. So it has been difficult. Yeah. Yeah. And I have tried, and I will continue to do this for the rest of my life on Earth, to share good ideas. Uh, yeah, because what I've been trying to do, more or less consciously, is to find ideas to share that are good, even if or when or even if I were not capable of constantly carrying these ideas, if I had to fail, or when I do fail as an individual, what I've been trying to do is to share ideas which are good independently of me as an individual. Yeah. So I will end the video here. To those, the few persons that empirically I don't know, there's one person that I vaguely know about who has been following me, and I thank this person and all the others who have followed me. Yeah. Uh, at some moment, in some plane of existence, uh, we will know each other, I guess. But until this occurs, you have been the select few who have followed my development up until this moment. So in a way, you are some of the people who know me the most, some aspects at least. Yeah. So yeah. So I will stop the video here. Um, I have a lot of things to do. Uh, yeah. So now I will rest. I don't know when this video will be published. Consciously, I don't know. I have really, as I'm recording this, I have really a lot of things to do. It's kind of difficult, but if or when you watch this, if you are among the few empirical individuals, uh, well, thank you for the help that indirectly or maybe unconsciously you have brought. Yeah, thanks.